Jewish communities of the Rhineland would remember it for generations. The main body of the People's Crusade set off down the long.
Hello and good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to What in the World Radio. And what is actually looking like a pretty decent weather. I'm just checking outside. The weather looks pretty decent actually. Things are looking good. As always, this is time dedicated to my loyal YouTube audience, whoever that is. I actually checked my last YouTube video, and I think it had like 20 something views. So I wasn't sure how many people had actually watched that. But shout out to you guys if you're watching, if you're keeping up with me, following what I'm trying to do here, what I'm trying to build here. It was America's birthday yesterday, 250 years, and so I said in the promotion to this that I'm not exactly rooting for them, and I wasn't exactly happy for them, but it is what it is. Shout out to the Americans. It's not my country, it's theirs, so hope they're able to enjoy that. I saw some minor mutterings about exactly what's going on, but I was out a lot yesterday, so I didn't really get a chance to actually digest and see exactly how it was being celebrated. I know Trump had a speech actually, which actually we'll try and pull up in the background and see exactly what he said. Trump's speech. But that brings us to a question about American empire and how much longer it can last. That's kind of why I'm doing this. I guess America's 250th birthday is a good time to reflect and digest that kind of question. Some might say it's a bit gloomy to be to be questioning that, but it says Trump rants about communism in delayed speech. Let me see what the Guardian has to say about it. But it's an interesting question as to how much longer can America's empire last. You know, the British Empire, which America deposed. I guess there was a speculation of people would debate when exactly it started and when it ended, but or was that like 150 years? I guess you probably say when the British took India, that was kind of around the time where the British Empire began, and I think you'd say it ended even after the First World War. Britain wasn't exactly some kind of powerhouse, but let's just say after the Second World War, that was definitively when everything collapsed for them. So some could look at actually America's founding and say when America was able to defeat the British, I guess with some Spanish help and stuff, is that kind of when everything started to collapse for the British? Interesting question. But now we're talking about China. You know, we're entering that time where the Chinese are starting to grow in confidence, grow economically, politically. And so the question then becomes, A, are we entering the Chinese century? But also B, how much better off would we be? We've had a lot of events in the past few years. So you know Gaza, you can think about the Iran war, stuff like that. In a world in which China was the dominant empire in the world, what would that reality look like? And so that's kind of what I'm interested in discussing today. And if you're someone that has any strong opinions on that topic, do come and let me know. Join as a guest. Come and share your thoughts. I keep looking down periodically. That's because I'm trying to take notes, because I try to clip these live streams. So I need to take notes of where something exciting is said so I can remember to clip it for later. So if you see me looking down when you come up on stage, Imperial, thank you for liking a live. Better in what sense? I guess better in the sense of like a more peaceful world. A lot of people could say America is responsible for a lot of chaos and violence. You know, if you look at Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. So a better world would be a world in which all those things didn't happen. And so if you imagine a world in which China was, you know, the dominant empire, would we not have those things? Or Imperial wants to share his thoughts. Hello?
Good afternoon, brother.
How are you doing?
Yeah, doing well. How's things?
I'm not bad at all.
Good.
I
I'm
saw your
only
question.
going to be here for a few minutes.
You said what?
I'm only going to be here for a few minutes just to impart my opinion
I love that.
and hear what you have to say, because I'm about to play guitar for the first time in a long time. But yeah,
Guitar. Okay, nice.
yeah, trying to get back into instruments, man.
Oh, sounds good, man. Very deep guy. Okay, so I guess the first question would be: do you think we're entering the Chinese century?
Um, China had the ambition, goal, whatever you want to call it, of being the leading world superpower by 2050. And I think it's quite evident, probably even by their own admission, that they are well ahead of their predictions.
Right. Okay.
I think, again, I think with some of the geopolitical moves that they've been making in the past few years, yeah, I'd say we're heading towards a way whereby globally they could rival the US.
Interesting. And do you think that's a better world? Obviously, I already explained what better means. Better in terms of more peaceful, like more prosperous, whatever that means. Do you think that would be a better world if China was the dominant empire in the world, or do you think it would be worse or much the same? I don't know.
Well, as far as my limited understanding knows, I don't think China act on behalf of any other power in the world. I think each and every one of their moves are solely with the development and I guess the power of China at its core. So I think there's I think the short answer for me is yes. In that, again, I think there's things that could happen whereby some countries might not be necessarily happy, but again, it's not like they're acting in a way that is to now benefit, or acting in a way on the behalf of other people. I also think if China, look, we're gonna see. I'm going to name China and Russia mainly. We see the work that they're doing within Africa the past few years and what they have planned for the future. I think it would be naive to not, or it would be naive to ignore that there is some like soft colonial works there. But I also do think that in this day and age, whereby countries are limited to the amount that they can do by themselves, it's not the worst of things, right? Like things could definitely be worse. I think if you look at China themselves as a country, like look, their infrastructure is second to none, realistically. If they can benefit other countries or influence or help, what's the word I'm even looking for? Encourage other countries to develop their own infrastructure the same, and even if that is a thing of they themselves invest and these countries get better infrastructure and they have some return, again there's going to be benefits to that. Again, there may be some downside.
What about on the point where right now China's perspective in the world is very much they don't really try to interfere in other countries' affairs.
Yeah.
So if you think about it from a security perspective, do you think things are gonna be just the same? Some people might say like things would just be just the same because even if America was a lesser power, if they were trying to overthrow the government of, I don't know, Sudan or something, China's position would be like, well, we have no national interest in Sudan, so we don't really care. So therefore, then the world doesn't become more safe because America can just keep on doing the same things because China's not really going to interfere with that.
I hear that, and I think it serves as a deterrent, right? So even though they themselves may not go, or by their claims they aren't going to go and get involved in the affairs of other countries, I think them being a larger power is a deterrent for other countries to do certain things in certain areas of the world.
How's that played out right now, though? Like if you see like Iran, for example, China was buying lots of oil from Iran, but they didn't really. I mean, I guess there is rumors that China was helping them with like, I don't know, equipment and things like that, but they didn't really try very hard to stop the war.
Yeah, so that being one, so like again, not getting involved in the war per se is one thing, but then again, it's like again the positioning of Iran like on a map and the control that they have, especially over the Strait, is it affects us as a world, and And so you see when Trump now wants to now say, yeah, no, this is what we're imposing on that region. Anyone that deals with him, this is what we're going to be doing to you. Or if you're going to send tankers to that, like, we're going to stop them. So if China then again go and decide to make deals with Iran and buy oil or whatever from them, it's as if to say, like, Iran could turn around and say, like, go ahead and do that. Like, we don't need you you're not someone that's going to now affect how our countries run. So again, like the way that I think a lot of countries will do these things, or whether it be blockades or stopping international fleets going here and there, is I think it is to disrupt the flow of things within a country. Now, if a country has another major world power that they can just turn to get business done, ultimately there was no point in the first action in the first place, right?
No. I mean, I don't think you quite answered the question I asked there. But let me phrase it this way:
Sure.
when America attacked Iran, there was a very real possibility that
Yeah.
they could have overthrown the government of Iran and destroy the country and do whatever they want. China didn't really seem too keen in trying to stop it. Again, from what we know, maybe there were some secrets that they were doing in the background, but it's very possible that America could have successfully overthrew the government of Iran, and China, given that they
Yeah.
buy so much oil from Iran and it's in their interest to do that, they didn't really seem to care enough to want to intervene in any meaningful way. So the
Yeah.
question then goes back to
Okay.
like,
So
your point about, okay, they could potentially provide some kind of counterbalance. Doesn't really seem like they're interested in doing that.
yeah. I guess it's a hard one to say because ultimately we don't know, like, what are the conversations or what are the actions going on, like outside of what's being reported.
Right.
But again, I guess my point on it is that I think when just before that, when you were asking about if China was a larger power, like I say, is it for it to be a deterrent? Is like if the US know that Iran and China are doing deals, or they deal with each other, would they think twice about going to war with Iran if China was a bigger power? Again, I
Yeah,
don't know whether the answer is yes or no, but I would assume that you would think twice.
fair enough. Okay, no worries, man. All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. All right, that was very insightful stuff. Also giving me stuff to think about. Thank you, Sam. Joining live, tap in the screen. Let's get more likes in. The more likes we have, the more TikTok thinks we're having a great time, and so the more people we can have in the chat more generally. And so, I would like to hear from different people on this. People that think we are, people that think we're not. Just the more opinions we get, the better. Think of it like a radio. So on radio, you usually have different people calling in. That's the kind of format I'm trying to go for. Yeah, thank you guys. And again, if you're enjoying the conversation and you're not following me currently, feel free to do that. I do try and go live as often as I can to talk about what in the world, basically, what's prescient, what's going on. So I'm doing this conversation because it was America's birthday yesterday, and it got me thinking about how much longer can the country last in its current position. I mean, I do have wider questions about the. I don't know, it's more of a philosophical question, but like the path they've led us down. If we just take stock of where we are right now in the world, we're in a world in which America and alongside Israel is destroying many parts of the world. A lot of people credit America for bringing this rules-based international order, whatever that actually means, post World War II. But even in the kind of fake way that was always being talked about, we've seen with the Iran war, with what happened in Venezuela, with what happened in Gaza, they've rapidly even destroyed the pretense of any kind of rules-based system. And so, actually, if America continues to be the dominant superpower in the world, how much longer can the entire world even last? Even if we look at something like climate change, that's probably the greatest threat humans face right now. We're rapidly destroying the only home we have, and that's been done, in large part thanks to America's leadership. Even when a lot of countries started to move towards trying to have, the Paris Climate Accords and stuff like that, Trump's come in and actively trying to roll that back. Let's have more coal, more dirty energy, all those kind of things are happening under America's leadership. And so if we just reflect on where we are in the world right now, it seems like they're leading us down a primrose path, if you will, of civilization destruction, which is kind of depressing. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking about. So if you now enter in China, a country that is leading the world in renewable energy production, I think they produce like what 92 gigawatts of solar capacity every month or something crazy like that. The Passionate Angel says that you think you'll last another 25, 30 years. That seems like a realistic estimate. And so what does the Chinese century look like? Based on what we know now, it seems like it's a future in which, and yes, we have more fragmentation, but it just actually becomes more of a dog eat dog world. Because if, again, I detest America's role in doing this, but it does seem like for the most part, they're the ones interested enough in other people's business to want to try and broker peace and all these kind of things. But now we're actually seeing like Turkey brokering peace. Between America and Iran, we're seeing I think the Oman is the country that's brokering a lot of peace there. And China's role in all these things is not very clear. It seems like they're just moving on a flex of our country's fine. We don't care about what else is going on. As long as we can secure our country and our economic interests, everything else just becomes kind of crazy. So now the question becomes some kind of game theory of like, in that kind of future, what does it actually look like? So when I say the Chinese century, it doesn't necessarily mean China's going to take on. It doesn't seem like they're interested in taking on the role that America has. It seems more like they actually might be leading the world from an economic perspective, but that just means let everyone do what they do, which sounds in theory kind of positive, right? Because you don't have this one superpower trying to boss everyone. But on the other hand, it actually sounds like a kind of Wild West world where, okay, now we're gonna like do away with the whole pretense of human rights and like UN, all that kind of nonsense. We're not gonna care about all that anymore. We're just gonna like everyone can just do what they want. If I have power, I can exert it. If I don't, I can't. Because Trump is trying to do this whole board of peace stuff, right? Which is all about basically sidestepping the UN. And China doesn't really seem to have much to say about it. They don't really seem that interested in stopping it or creating their own. They seem very much like, let's just leave the world for what it is, like the kind of realist position. Mark Ngante says, America's objectively good. They don't like when dictators oppress minorities. Mark, do you mind coming on stage to share, to give me some thoughts? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think a lot of people will agree with that kind of position. Mark, it seems like America's been doing the opposite, which is that they've been trying to prop up dictators and oppress minorities everywhere in the world, including their own country, by the way, up until very recently. So, Mark, you seem like someone that has a different enough opinion on this, where I'd actually love to hear from you, because I do like to hear from, I don't just want to hear from people that agree with me or agree generally with what I'm saying. I want to hear from people that don't agree, and that have strong enough opinions on the other way. Oh, I think, is Mark gone? I think it might be. Mark, if you're still available, I'd love for you to come on stage and share your thoughts. I mean, sometimes it's good to hear from people. I mean, brainwash does sound a bit like an accurate description for someone that says America's objectively good. I suppose the first thing would be that, Mark, no country can be objectively good, right? Yeah, sure. MX963534. You can come up. You can. I want to hear from more people on this. Oh, Mark is here. This is going to be good. All right, Mark, I'll MX, whatever you are, just hold on a second. Let me speak to Mark first and I'll bring you up after. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not bad at all, mate. So your position seems to be that America is objectively good. Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Well, not objectively, because every country, there's always going to be some bad stuff. But compared to like the Russians, the Chinese, everyone else, if we're being honest,
If we're
like
being honest.
if we are being honest, like America, the thing is, the companies are corrupt, the oil companies, the lobbies and all that stuff. But when it comes to like values, they are objectively better than everyone else.
And
It's
what would
just
you
the truth.
what would you cite as your evidence for this position?
Well, I would cite things like, okay, for example, before Europe even abolished segregation and everything, America was the first, right?
America was the first to
If you
abolish
want to look at
segregation.
bringing, yeah,
What do you mean by that?
Like to integrate like black and brown people into their society. America was the first
They were.
before Europe even followed. Yeah, they were.
When
All
did they
of
do that? Sorry.
America's foreign. I don't know, but I just know they
Okay,
were
how
the
can you say you don't
first.
know, but you say they were the first? Like, come on, bro. That makes no sense.
Well, I don't know the specific date.
So
So you're telling me
how can
the
you say they
date
were
or
the
the
first then if you don't know the specific date?
because I know they were the first. Okay, it's like saying that I
What,
know.
bro? That makes no
Okay,
sense.
no. Okay, look it up then. Look it up and then
But
prove me wrong.
you make the claim.
Yeah, and I'm saying the claim is correct,
But
right?
can you
I
just
don't
tell
know
us
the
how
date.
or how is correct then?
I learned it somewhere in school sometime, but I don't know like the specific
Which
date.
school did you go?
Come on, man. Anyway, apart from that, when
I
it comes
mean,
to like
okay, go on.
integrating, like accepting, let me say, the LGBTQ, the gay marriages, the gay marriage rights, black people's rights, even though of course it's not perfect. Integrating black people into sports teams, that was like a first thing. Even up to now you see in
So you're
Europe.
saying America was the
If,
first
if,
to
if you watch if
integrate?
you watch soccer, if you watch soccer, you see that there's still a lot of tension when people see the French national team, right? When no one has that tension when they see the US basketball team, right? And then also when it comes to like, for example, China can go to Africa or South America or whatever country, right? And they might have a lithium mine or whatever. And the president of that country is a nationalist who's killing and repressing a certain region, right? And they wouldn't care. As long as they do their business and that guy can make more money, they wouldn't even care, right? But if you go to like a country like Libya, where Gaddafi was like an Arab nationalist
Okay.
who was actively killing the black people in his country, right?
I mean,
America was like, whoa, 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 stop this. And of course, America wouldn't like have gone as far to attack them if Gaddafi wasn't so radical
really.
like that.
So you think
Yeah, bro.
what America tried
Yeah.
to do in Libya was to liberate the Libyan people from Gaddafi?
No, it wasn't. It was to steal the oil.
Okay.
But they always make an excuse, which is a good excuse, right? I mean,
A good excuse, as in
the
like
good thing
it's
about them
it's a
is
justifiable excuse, or a good excuse in like it's good enough to fool people. Which one do you mean?
oh, it's good enough. It's at the end of the day, it's propaganda, bro. At the end of the day, it's propaganda. And the thing about people that like you that you don't realize is that the Chinese also have propaganda.
Oh,
The Russians also have
I don't
propaganda.
realize it.
No, you don't realize it, bro. Because okay, tell me, would you think the world would be a better place if China was the number one power?
I mean,
Would you think that?
I think it's a genuine question worth considering. But so the reason I would think I might say no is not because I think China will be worse than America in dominating the world. I think actually maybe it's the opposite. I think China would be more on the flex of let's just leave everyone to it because we don't care. And so that kind of world is a world in which I guess what America is doing now, right? If we have more power than you, we can go into Venezuela and, just kidnap the president because no one can stop us. We can go into Iran and try to
Yeah,
destroy the
but
country
at
because
this,
no one can stop us. So that's kind of what in the world I would see under a Chinese like leadership, quote unquote, which is why I think it might be just as bad. I wouldn't say worse because I think America has already showed us how bad it can be when one country has enough power to basically run the world for their own interest. But your position that
of course, of
I
course.
think I should probably say quite importantly, your position on America being the first to integrate minorities or LGBT rights, that's just factually wrong. Like that's not true. It's just not true at all. So it's important for me to point that out. But I'll let you. The rest of it is your opinion,
Okay,
so I
let
can't
me.
correct that. So
Okay,
whatever you think.
let me put it this way. When America does a policy, carries out a specific policy, it has so much soft power that most of the world is going to recognize and follow after it, right?
What if the
For
policy is
example, when
bad?
America, the world will still follow after it. For example, the war in Iran, no one is stopping them, right? The policy is bad, but no one is stopping that. That is a bad war. But at the same time, the people in Iran are not good people.
Oh, yeah, which one? Which one? Like
To,
the
to,
entire population, or you mean the leadership? Or
no, the leadership in Iran.
they're not good people.
And Yeah, they're not good
Like
people, man. They're religious,
relative to who? Relative to Americans or who?
relative to anyone. But
So
in
you
fact,
say
relative
the
to, let's say,
so you say the Iranians are not good people. Therefore, I guess
no, the
America's
leadership,
oh, the leadership of
the
Iran, they're
leadership.
not good people. So therefore, America's justified in attacking them. Is that your position?
No, not that America. I just said it's a bad war. I just said America shouldn't attack them.
So
But
what's
I'm just saying that
right?
every country America attacks,
Mm-hmm.
of course, there are ulterior motives, but there's always, and I want to say it again, it's propaganda at the end of the day. But it's always a good. For example, I don't feel like the world should sit and watch the Rwandan genocide happen again.
Okay.
I really don't feel that.
Okay.
I feel like there's certain instances where if you have to intervene, you intervene.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The world intervened during the Yugoslavia wars. Do you know why? Because they are white people and they didn't want to see it happen like that. They intervened during the Russia-Ukraine war because they're white people didn't want to see it like that. When it's other minority groups, the world doesn't intervene. America at least tries to pretend. I mean, America works with dictators around the world. I mean, if as long as you do what the companies want and they can exploit your resources, they will keep a blind eye. But I mean, at least a country should even try and be like, okay, this is our foreign policy. We don't support this, even if they're not going to act. Countries like Russia and China, they wouldn't even come out and say we don't support this, right? And you have to realize that there's a lot of evil in the world,
I think that's
and America
worse.
has so much.
So you think it's
Yeah,
worse
because
for
we're
them
gonna
to
go
just
back
like
to
not for them not to
bro,
intervene?
bro. Objectively speaking, this is the most peaceful period in human history. As bad as what America is doing right now, this is the best we've ever been in human history.
Is that
Because
true?
there's certain people
Is
who
that
are
really true? Is
afraid.
that really true though? I heard. I think
That
I
is
heard that
true.
quite.
That is factually true, bro.
Okay, bro. Again,
That is
I'll say
factually true.
something
That
about
one, I'm not even.
I'll say something about. You have to be careful the way in how you use the word factual, because a few times you've used the word factual, but then you had no facts to
No,
kind of
no,
back
no.
it
This
up. So
okay. This one is factually true.
and this was
Like this
factual
one is
based
like you
on
can
your study
you can go.
of history.
Yes,
So,
based on my study of
so
history,
you
this
think
is the
in the
most
entirety
peaceful
of human
period
history, this is the most peaceful we've ever
in the
been?
entirety of human history. This is the most peaceful. The amount of bloodshed happening now is the least in the entirety of
Let me
human
fact check
history.
that while you continue.
Yeah,
Continue.
fact check that. Fact check that. I'm actually quite certain on this.
Because it doesn't seem like that would be the case, because there was entire periods of human history where people just lived in very very small groups and they didn't even know that China or these other parts
No,
existed. So
but there was always constant war. That's the thing, because the groups were so small. They weren't like states weren't built then. Was what they call city states. For example, ancient Greece. It wasn't like a state, like a nation. Like this period of a nation is just recently after World War One, when like dethroned the monarchies or whatever. But this period in human history, and it has been bad because to achieve this, a lot of people had to conquer other people, integrate them. For example, if we look at the history of France, the French language was actually it was also only around a small percentage of people who spoke the French language. They conquered everyone and forced everyone else to speak French, and now all of them today are French.
okay, so
But
let's go back to that
I
point then. To just to keep it focused. So I did look it up, and it says statistically, yes, we are living in the most peaceful relative time. Apparently, so you'd say that's because of America.
yeah, I genuinely believe that.
Wouldn't someone then say like that can't be the case because a lot of the violence we've actually seen over the past I don't know 50 60 years, most of them had American involvement, right? Libya, like you
Exactly, which
mentioned.
is
Wait, exactly. No, exactly. That's a point against your point. It's not
yeah,
exactly. I'm not
and
agreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with you.
yeah. I know you're disagreeing. It sounds paradoxical, right? But there's and I know I don't want to use Trump's propaganda, but there's what they call, because Trump has really done really bad, like it's crazy. But it's what they call peace through strength, right? For example, there was a period where
No, sorry.
I don't know if it was I
Okay,
wasn't even born.
I'll let you finish. Go on.
I wasn't even born yet, but there was a period where China. I don't know if it was like I don't know if it was Clinton that was in power, but there was a period where China was threatening, right,
China was
to invade
threatening.
Taiwan.
Okay.
Yeah, China was threatening to invade Taiwan, and America just, I don't know if it's the Seventh Fleet or the Sixth Fleet, I don't know what this name. And America just drove those battleships through that strait, and everything just calmed down. Obviously, America can't do that
Right.
now.
Sorry.
China is way too strong now.
Mark, let's go back to that statement you made. You said we're living in the most peaceful time in history, and that's because of American leadership. Yeah. Right.
American hegemony.
Hegemony. Okay. Hegemony. But then, if someone then says, what's disrupting the peace in the world right now? Gaza, Lebanon, Iran. If you go a bit further back to what's been disturbing even the peaceful times we've had before, they all seem to be wars that America has been directly involved in some way. So how can they then be the reason why we're living in the most peaceful time if they're the reasons why a lot of these wars are happening? Like Iraq, Afghanistan, a lot of these ISIS people, right? If they formed, after America destroyed other people's countries.
To be honest,
in fact, Al Qaeda was formed because America was funding, the Mujahideen,
exactly,
right?
exactly.
What do you mean? I'm not stop saying exactly. I'm disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with you.
I am agreeing with you. I am actually agreeing with you because
We have
that's
different
why
positions, Mark. You can't be agreeing with me.
my point is that America isn't perfect, right? The wars that America starts is just due to capitalism, right? They want something in the land.
That's not the
there.
point you made, though, Mark. No,
Right.
sorry. That's not the point you made.
I know,
The point you
but
made is that America is the reason why we have all this, amazing peace. I'm pointing out to you that they seem to be the reason why we have a lot of wars. That's a different position.
okay. If you hear me, if you let me
Go on.
state my fact, let me state my fact.
Okay, go
So
on.
I'm saying that, right? America, I agree with you. I can't deny the facts of it. They bombed Libya, they bombed Somalia, they bombed Yemen, they bombed Iran, they captured the guy in Venezuela. I'm not denying the fact with you, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that America does that to people who fairly or unfairly, right, don't play ball what America wants.
Okay.
And because America, fairly or unfairly, right? The world can never be perfect. It can never be black and white, bro. Let's just agree.
Okay.
America can never be this perfect guy who can do no wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to explain. A lot of the wars America starts, it's just greed. They want some oil or some resource or something in that part of the world.
Yep.
Some guy doesn't play ball, they come and invade, they come and destabilize the country. Even the whole Iran was a very secular, the women were in bikinis, everything before. And then that guy, the prime minister nationalized the oil, and then we had all this,
Yep.
America and Britain came in because of greed. That's what I'm saying. But if I'm just trying to explain to you that if Iran, right, it's just because the only thing that has held America back, right, is just a little bit of racism, or a lot of racism and inferiority, like superiority complex, right? Because if Iran was Norway, America wouldn't invade. Because Norway and Iran have very similar histories, right? They didn't have the infrastructure to extract their own oil. Western companies came in. There was a period of time, extract it for 30 years. After 30 years, you nationalize your oil, right? And we'll get out of here. Happens to Norway. Norway is the richest country in Europe right now, right?
Well,
When Iran does it, when a black person does it, when a brown person does it, when Libya does it, when Libya wants to acquire nukes, it's a problem, right? For example, even South Africa, when the white racist apartheid government was in charge, they had nuclear weapons, right? And no one batted an eye. But when they fell,
hey, Mark.
they were like,
Mark,
no, we can't have black
Mark,
people.
I must say you're confusing me. I'm not sure what point you're making now. Like I've lost the thread of
The point I'm
What
making
your
is the point I'm making is overall 70% of the time, right? America is good, right? And for every Libya, for every Iran, for every Venezuela, right? There are 30 more wars that have stopped because people are like, Jesus Christ, look at this firepower.
Give me
I
an
can't
example.
even deal with that.
Give me
That's
an
why I give you the
example.
example.
Give me an example.
I just gave the example of Taiwan. I just give an example of Taiwan.
So America stopped China from invading Taiwan. So
Go fact check this one too.
okay, so how?
America drove the seven, I don't know if the seventh fleet or the six battleships, aircraft carriers
I'm
through
sorry,
that
wait, sorry.
strait.
How is that? How is that better if all they're doing is just not allowing people to disrupt their interests, but they still have the power to basically to enforce their own interests.
Bro,
So
like
what they're doing is not
it's
like
like I've been talking
peace,
to you.
huh?
It's like I've been talking to you. I don't understand. I mentioned France, right? I mentioned that.
Mark, it's not just me that doesn't
Listen,
understand.
I mentioned
A lot of
that
people in the
France.
comments don't understand. You're not really making sense.
Okay,
You started off
okay. I
saying
mentioned
America's
France.
objectively
The fact
good.
that
Then you talk about all the bad things they do.
it's
But
objective.
then you say like, I don't really know where you're ending up. Like you keep on ranting about the racism and
Listen,
how they destroy this country and
I
destroy
yeah.
Iran. But then your original point was that America is objectively good. So where are you going with this? No one gets it, bro.
America is objectively better than every other country in the world. That's what I said, right? And you're telling me that how can I say it's better when they're like stopping other countries from, pursuing their interests? But by doing that, they're stopping bloodshed. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I brought you an example of I brought you an example of France, right? The French language was spoken
French
only by a
language.
third of France.
Okay.
Listen, the French language was spoken only by a third of France, right? The people who spoke French conquered everyone and forced them. And now today, France is peaceful. This is the history of humanity. Whether you like it or not, humanity is based on war, power, and greed. This is just
So how
you
is
cannot
so
you cannot change who we are.
explain this to me then? How is America objectively good if the vast majority of the wars happening right now, the really destructive ones, are happening because America is involved in it? You would say Gaza's bad, right?
Yeah, because America is okay. Let me give Gaza is bad, obviously, but America is doing something called peace through strength.
Wait, what's peaceful
Right.
about what's happening in Gaza, bro? I don't understand. What's peaceful about that?
Well, that's not even America, bro. But let's forget about Gaza. Let's talk about like Libya, whatever, or Iran.
Okay, what's
right?
peaceful about what happened in Libya?
What's peaceful is that there's not going to be another Gaddafi again. That's what's
But there was
peaceful in the long run.
But there was peace.
The
So,
thing is-
so you'd say
the
like
thing is,
you
you're
say
seeing things in
Libya
the
now
short term.
is better than. Wait, no, you're seeing things in the short term. You'd say Libya now is better than Libya was before under
You're
Gaddafi.
seeing things in the short term.
So okay, answer that question. Yes or no? Do you think Libya now is better than
No.
Libya before? So
No.
so what's your point? That sounds like a negative against your point, mate.
Libya now is not better than what Libya was with Gaddafi.
Okay.
But Africa now, North Africa, is better than what it was when Gaddafi is there,
In what sense?
right? Because Egypt, because America bombed Libya, the government of Egypt purged the whole Muslim Brotherhood. They didn't want to catch any of them. They're even moving their capital to the desert because they don't want any coup d'etat or anything.
So how
like
so how
because
exactly?
of that,
Okay, go on.
Morocco just made ties with Israel, Algeria, all of them. They're like, okay, like, you know what? All this is not even worth it. And now there's peace. Morocco is one
There's
of the fastest
peace?
growing economies in Africa.
So you'd say since we
In
got
Morocco,
rid of
there's peace in
Gaddafi,
Egypt.
given that we have what about the terrorism that we have? I don't know if you know about like
Well-
the Sahel and stuff. A lot of those people came from Libya. A lot of those weapons. So how is that?
Yeah.
So you say that like it was better under Gaddafi compared to now, but then somehow this is a credit to America. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
bro.
no,
that makes no
no.
sense.
Libya is worse now, objectively.
So that means
worse
that that's a
than
bad thing for
Gaddafi,
your point, right?
right?
Because America did that.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying, right? For every Gaddafi that is stopped, 30 more Gaddafis can come up.
Really? I mean, we just
don't understand. Gaddafi was
installed.
Gaddafi was
installed-
killing
Do you
people.
know who the president of Syria is right now?
Where did the weapons come from? Right, Gaddafi was actively killing people and spreading. Terrorism has still spread. but
I don't know
it's-
how true that is. I mean,
It's true, bro.
Given that
Yeah,
things
I'm
given that
literally
there's
African,
more,
I'm telling you the
given
truth.
that there's more terrorism now compared to before when Gaddafi was there, how can you say Gaddafi was spreading terrorism?
Listen, the only reason why you're saying it's terrorism, the only reason why you're saying it's terrorism is because the West has labeled it terrorism. It's just another war going on. Listen,
You're not even making sense.
no, I make sense. I
don't
make
make
perfect
sense.
sense. You know why?
You don't make sense.
Do you know why? Listen, if you're oppressing me, right, and you're stronger than me, and I fight back, I am a terrorist. You will call me a terrorist, and because you're stronger, because you have more power in the world, the whole world will believe you that I am a terrorist.
Isn't that what
right?
America does, though?
But
Isn't that what America does?
no,
Like they
that's
go
what I'm saying.
around the
That's,
world
that's what I'm listening.
destroying everyone and calling
The
everyone
fact that
terrorists for
Gaddafi was
opposing them.
there doesn't mean terrorism wasn't taking place. It was just taking place him using his own army,
I mean, okay,
right?
so now
And
you
there were
made
all these wars that were happening.
now you've made that point,
That's what I'm saying.
right? For
All these
example,
wars that were happening, they were happening already because of colonialism that draw maps. The Europeans came and drew lines on maps and split, communities, and people were trying to oppress. They were happening, but it was just the government doing it and killing other people, and it wasn't in the news. It wasn't called terrorism. Everything was, normal. But because these people are now revolting, now you're calling them terrorists. The war has always been there. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, again,
You're just
you haven't
you're,
really
you're just learning
answered-
about it. You're learning about it because the West is trying to pin them in the bad light, so that in case
Wait,
they invade-
you support the
right?
West. You
Yeah.
said America's objectively better than everyone else.
Yes.
That's your side, no?
Because but they're not perfect. How many times am I gonna tell you this, bro? There's no perfect human being. Everyone is gonna be in their interest.
So you
America's
think,
gonna
so you think
support
in a
their
world,
interest.
let's go back to the central thesis then. So you think a world in which if China was a dominant superpower right now, would we be,
Exactly. This guy just said.
Would we-
Sorry to cut you, but this guy just said, is he trying to say both sides have their faults, but America is like 70% better? That's what I'm trying to say. Because
I don't
at least when
see-
America
I don't
comes
see much
in,
evidence for that. Because if you think about all the major wars we've had since World War II, again, America's been involved in it.
that's why I'm saying that you're
Vietnam.
looking at things.
You see, we have
Okay,
What
don't
do you mean I'm looking at
don't-
those are the major conflicts happening. It's not like a minor thing. You're making it seem like those things are like some minor things that were happening in some sliver of war. Vietnam War was a massive, in fact, I don't know if you know this, but there were more bombs dropped in the Vietnam War than there were dropped by every side in World War II combined. America did that.
Okay, so
They did
So
chemical
is America-
warfare. That was them.
so is America only to blame in the Vietnam War? What about the Soviets?
Yes, America is solely to blame in the Vietnam War. Yes.
The Soviets weren't to blame.
What's
The Soviets were to blame.
What way? Was it the Soviets that was invading
In what way?
Vietnam?
Who were the Americans fighting against? They were fighting against people who were backed by the Soviets.
Okay, you're not
That's
even,
the whole reason
you're-
America
you're-
went
you're-
in there.
You're not making. You don't even know what happened in Vietnam. I can
What-
tell you.
what was
Your
the Cold
historical
War,
knowledge-
bro? It's as
your
if you don't
historical
even know
knowledge
history.
is not very.
What?
Vietnam had little to do with
Bro,
the Cold War, bro. The
what?
Vietnam War was not really a Cold War scene. Vietnam War was
Vietnam
the
War was
Vietnamese.
part of the Cold War. What are you
no, it
talking
wasn't.
about,
Okay,
bro?
okay. Sorry, Mark. Thank you for your contribution, Mark. I really appreciate it, though.
Come
I
on,
appreciate
man.
it.
Vietnam War, Korea, all of them, they were part of the
Clearly,
Cold War.
Your
I know.
knowledge, Mark. I really appreciate you joining. Thank you so much. But I mean, we should start talking about Vietnam being an example of the Cold War situation. I'm sorry, Mark. You just need to do a lot of studying. You're talking about at the start. A lot of that's my thing moving. A lot of facts about the world is America's objectively better than this place, that place. Okay, America's responsible for a lot of violence. They're still better than all these other people. America was the first country to integrate minorities. I mean, Mark, be serious, okay? Be serious. America was not the first. And Brazil, a lot of these countries had LGBT rights. In fact, South Africa, they had more LGBT rights way before America even dreamed about legalizing gay marriage in 2015, which is like 10 years ago. That's like yesterday. Many countries before that had been doing that already. That was common practice. America was one of the last countries to do that, by the way. So stop saying that. Okay, that makes no sense. Anyway, Sam, let me see what Sam has to say. Thank you for joining, though, Mark. I do appreciate people that can share their opinions. It's not so easy to do that. Sam, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. But in a way, I think I got his point more than you. What he was basically doing was trying to compare countries by country to another. He's trying to give positive where it's due, negative where it's there. But he went into so many areas that in the end confused all of us.
I did not understand that point. I just disagree with him because again, if you're gonna make the
just
point
went-
that America is objectively One,
No.
one point was that like if
What?
America is the reason why we have
What?
this peace. Okay, why are they responsible for a
What?
lot of these wars we're seeing? You have to answer that
What he was
question.
basically saying on that simple point, he said mass is right, which is still going to be the same. That the strongest person in the village will always have their way. So everybody got to lick them if you want to be in the village. So if you want to be a good guy in this, I mean, you want to be doing well, like he said, he gave one example, like Norway and Iran. Norway can nationalize its oil, Iran can't. So in a way, if or even the Saudis, Saudi Arabia has used America to their advantage. They decided to lick America for the past 50 years and see what has happened. Aramco is the biggest company in the world, the oil company.
Well,
So the Saudis,
I
the
think
Saudis knows,
I think Nvidia
they
might
know,
be leaking now.
yeah, they know. They use America, they played America their own game, if it makes sense. By saying, you know what, okay, we will just keep our powder dry. We are not going to support the Palestinians, whether you like it or not. They decide to do that, which is wrong, but to them, they played America and say, you know what, if we start talking Palestine, this, that, America will come for us. So obviously with Israel leading, so the Saudis decided to say, you know what, we are just going to keep our what? And the Emiratis, the UAE is doing the same thing.
No, so
They
Sam,
basically say, you know what?
Sam, if we go back to the central thesis, right? The point or the question is whether or not the world will be better off. And by better off, I say like it's more peaceful, more etc. under a China, superpower hegemony or whatever compared to the US. I did not understand the point he was making, but I think again you're kind of doing the same thing. I guess one good question could be, for example, right now we're living through a genocide, right? In a world in which China has the kind of power America has, would we still be living through
Yeah.
a
Now
genocide? That's the
let me
question.
move.
Is that yes or no?
No, let
And
me
again,
move
I'm
to
not
my
saying
own point.
it will be no. I'm just asking.
I'm just no. Now I'm going to get to that point exactly. That's what I was trying to. My own points. I only tried to explain his. Maybe I didn't do it properly.
No,
Yeah.
you
So
did not do it properly. It is fine. It's fine. I understand this. I understand this point. I just disagree with them. But you can make your
let
own
me
point.
make mine now.
Yes, please.
Let me make mine. China, America, they all got their what? Like any superpower. Whether China is going to be better than America, only time will tell. But China is going to be a superpower in the next 10, 15, 20 years. It's going to be. Whether America like it, I like it, you like it or not, it's the way it's going. China is going to be a superpower. How they will use that power is a question we now got to ask ourselves. Like, okay, you tried to say China looks like we'll just leave everyone to, if a country attacks another China, but just said, okay, get on with it, kill yourself and whatever. At least America pretended somehow over the last 50 years, not this one, but a few American government have tried to use the UN, because without America, the UN wouldn't be there. So the UN, that's why you see where America don't say anything, the UN won't do nothing. But if America wants to use the UN, you said, okay, let's do this peace agreement wherever in the world, America still try to play that role under some president.
Can you give me some kind of examples of that? Because a lot of people would say that America has used their power in the UN and their wider military power for bad things, not good things. Like all the wars you list out, like Syria, like Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. So in that kind of world, how exactly can you say that like this is better?
No. The only thing I can say on that side is maybe not with the wars, but America is the institutions of the world, which has happened since the Second World War, United Nations and all this wouldn't have been there without America. Now, will China do that? It becomes a superpower. America, as like he said, like I said already, America's on its way down. Whether America likes or not, it's on its way down. China is on its way up. We will accept that. Now, the question I'm posing to, which I'm saying here is, which probably links up to what he said before, we don't know what China will use its power for. We don't. All I know is, as an African, I can see that China, at least right now, there's some examples of China doing in Africa, which is a bit iffy to me, which don't look good. If that's going to be the future of how China going to deal with the rest of the world, or basically pouring money into a country on debt and then basically on the country. There are few countries like Zambia, Kenya. If China decide to pull their money out today, they can even bankrupt the country because they've poured billions to build roads and railways and stuff on loan, which I don't know how long Kenya will take to pay the money they borrowed from China or Zambia. And if China decide that, oh, you know what, we want our money back tonight, the country is finished. They will
But
sell the
I mean,
country basically.
is that evidence of China's leadership being worse than America's?
That's the question I'm asking. I'd say if they have not done it so far, they have not pulled their money out of Zambia or come to Zambia and said we want our loan back tomorrow. But what I'm saying is they basically economically colonizing Africa. Not politically, but economically they're colonizing Africa as we speak because they're pouring billions and billions, which is good.
How's
They're
that?
building bridges.
So what's the colonization and making deals with people? I guess someone has to do it, right? If it was
Exactly.
Nigeria doing it, is that colonization? Is that just like we're
No, no,
making
that
deals
was
with
saying
people?
that was saying it's good for the Kenyan government to build that beautiful railway that is like a European railway. The Kenyans are enjoying it, but it's on debt from China.
That's not
Now
China's fault
the
though. That the
question.
countries are too poor to pay for it. Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now that's what I'm saying. That if China decide to be a bad boy, or wakes up and get a leader or leaders, countries also depend on leaders. If they get the wrong leadership, who says, okay, today we want to change policy, we want to change direction from investing in all these countries, we want our money back. A lot of this money is a lot all over the places I know where they poured billions and billions and billions to build good roads, good railways, good whatever, the money, very beautiful. If you go to Zambia now, very beautiful. But
Sam, I think you're losing the thread of the conversation a little bit. So let me bring us back to where I wanted us to go. You seem to just be making general points about what China is doing somewhere else. We're talking specifically about if this is good, bad, or indifferent. So if you make the point, for example, that China is, I asked the question, in a world in which China was a dominant superpower, would we be seeing what we're seeing in Gaza? Now, I would probably say no, purely because actually, if you go on the point that China doesn't really like to get involved like directly in these conflicts, a lot of times what they try and do is like, let's just go through the UN process, whatever the UN process is, we'll kind of follow that. That suggests that would sound like a superpower that would be more interested in bringing people together as opposed to taking a side. Right now, what America
I
does is
agree.
they take a side. So I would say that's, but that's
I
not how I
agree.
want you to answer the question. Like, I don't want you to just go into like
No, no.
random ramblings
On
about
that
what you think. Like, answer the question directly and give an example of why you think
on
it's gonna be
that
bad or good, if you don't mind.
on that specific example you've given, what would China do if it was America and Gaza came up? We don't know. That exactly my point. But what we know is China is now neutral because America is there. They pretend to be neutral, but they're not because America is. They would rather see America get that. But if China becomes the dominant superpower in the world and a Gaza turns up, Israel, I mean, someone capture another country and take over their land and whatever, what would China do? I don't know. I don't think you will know.
All
When
right,
they're already superpower,
I think you can speculate again. We are speculating. If you say I don't know, then there's no point of having a conversation. All right, we're speculating about what we think we do, and based on the way they behave currently, I think what they would try and do is probably enforce some kind of UN mechanism. I don't think they'll going to be invading directly. I think what they would try and do is say, let's sit around the table at the UN and talk about it. Like if China had the kind of power that the US had at the UN right now, what we'd probably see is that there would have been UN Security Council sanctions on Israel, which would have forced maybe the Israelis to change course. But the reason why a lot of those UN things get voted down at the UN is because the US veto it, right? So in a world in which China wouldn't use
that's
their
correct.
veto on the side on behalf of the US, I think all the other countries, let's say like you had, maybe I didn't, you have to see what the UK does, but let's say you had obviously the 5 members. Let's say the US was like a lesser power and just has to do whatever China wants. I imagine that we would have seen peace much quicker in Gaza because China wouldn't be on the side of the UN of Israel, right?
Yeah, I suppose what I'm saying is, if you remember the Soviet Union and America, I mean the Soviet bloc and the Western bloc or NATO and whatever, we had a similar situation. What we are speculating what will happen between China and America if America goes down. We had that situation already with the Soviet and the NATO. America. There were lots of conflicts in the world where one falls on the other side, in Africa, in Asia, everywhere. America or NATO, the Western power on this side, the Westerns on that side, and a lot of African leaders have been unalive because of this power rivalry between the Soviet bloc and the Eastern bloc. So there was no leader in Africa who could. They get brought down. Like Julius Nyerere tried in Tanzania to do Ujamaa, and I remember some of these African, the Patrick Lumumba and all the others. I don't know, but all this, they fell victim of this power struggle between the two sides.
Fair enough.
So if this plays, if the China America thing plays out the same way, China may not be that passive or neutral like you're trying to portray, that they will use on the UN. China will love to say, if a country China loves, where they put their billions and billions and billions of dollars, gets attacked, they're going to have to take the side of that country, won't they?
I mean,
They're
right?
not
I
gonna
mean,
be
I
passive
mean, I'm trying to think about a country right now in which, like, I guess they have extensive business interest in Iran, given that they refine a lot of Iran's oil and buy it on the cheap. They didn't really seem particularly excited about. Again, I'm sure they did it covertly, maybe, but they didn't really seem particularly excited about trying to stop what Iran was doing, right, and what the US was doing to Iran, right? They kind of, openly stayed out of it, right?
I agree.
Okay. Anyway, okay.
I
Thank you.
agree.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Sam. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have to stick around for the rest of the conversation. Cloud Strife is making a lot of exciting comments. I'll bring you up shortly. As a reminder, we are talking about entering the Chinese century and what that would look like. Would the world be a better place in a reality in which China was a dominant superpower? Maybe very soon we won't have to ask the question because that will be the reality and we'll have to find out for ourselves. Cloud Strife says we're already there. For people that hoping to come up, do request, and I'm trying to do it one at a time so I have some order on the stage and I don't have chaos and everyone shouting at each other and stuff like that. But when you come on, do try and be a bit more succinct in answering your questions. Again, I appreciate people that have come on so far, but I think sometimes people are making other points and they're not sticking to the core of the discussion we're having today. So try and reflect on answering the question specifically, and if not, I'll just have to cut you off and get you back on track. Not in a rude way, but just in a way where it's like think of it like you're calling to a radio show. If you call into a radio show and you're discussing, I don't know if you guys watch the you guys might watch I don't know, sports radio show or something. If the conversation is about who do you think is better, LeBron or Michael Jordan, you can't start then talking about in the 1994 finals, Michael Olajuwon was also a really top player, and there was actually a lot of people that would say he was also really good. They might be true. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about LeBron versus Jordan, yeah? So you're going to keep it to like LeBron won 4 championships, Michael Jordan won 6, therefore Michael Jordan's better. Something that concise where I can then ask you a follow-up question. If you start rambling on about all these other things, then, again, now everyone's losing the thread of the conversation and no one knows what the hell we're talking about. That being said, again, I do appreciate you guys for joining and staying with me. Let's try and make sure we tap the screen and get more likes in here. I'm almost an hour. I'm not even at 1K likes. That's kind of embarrassing, guys. Please help me out. So YouTube. So TikTok, if you're having a great time. And more people
hi
come in
there,
here and share their
Jay.
thoughts.
How are you doing?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Just procrastinating from work, I suppose.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
Sorry?
So, what are your
Sorry,
thoughts?
one second.
sorry.
Where are you from? Sorry.
Go on. Oh yeah, I work in UK, but like technically I grew up in Canada, but like I'm a Sri Lankan ethnic person, so I'm from all over the place.
I was gonna say
Yes.
your accent is very distinct. I couldn't
It's very different, but
it sounds a
it's
little bit American. I was like, that
tech-
also sounds British. I couldn't really pin it down.
no, it's Toronto Canadian basically.
Ah.
What about you, AJ? Are you like a Pan African person, or where are you sort of based? Sorry.
Am I Pan-African? Is that that's more of a political position? No, not a region of the world.
No. I meant the only reason is because I've are you from the African subcontinent or
I'm Nigerian. Yes, I live
like
in the UK.
based? I mean,
No, I live in the UK.
you live in the UK. Oh, good. Okay, fine. Good. Good. We can relate that. I live in Yorkshire.
You work there? Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I worked here for like 7 years. Technically, I've got the British thing too, but not really British. But yeah, well, the Chinese thing, I think they're already a dominant power. You know, you could look at it in the tariff war. They already had controls of like the rare minerals. They already had control over sort of economy, building. Like there's technically two powers right now that are there, and I would say it's China, it's America, and I think Russia is actually going down. The one power that actually has lost in the past 30 to 40 years is where we live, which is the middle powers, the UK, Europe, Canada, Australia. I think these are all gone. Like, I don't think they have any power anymore, specifically with the upcoming AI age as well, to be fair. The Chinese century, I think you're completely wrong about a lot of things.
Oh,
you know?
okay. Do
The
tell.
way you... Yeah, specifically about Palestine and Israel. So China specifically has a thing against sort of Islamists, such that they're even doing sort of, they have a population endemic to China in the northwest that is sort of Islam oriented, called the Uyghurs. And they do kind of change their mosques to like toilets, community centers, and everything. They do sort of, you know, breach of human rights there as well. They do go into sort of Tibet and do those things as well. So they're not like a human rights advocate, and I don't think they purport to be as well.
I mean, the first
They
thing,
do.
sorry,
If you look at their
the
sort
point
of
you're making about the
Go on.
Uyghurs, is your point that China's kind
Yes.
of against Islam?
I think they're against multiculturalism. I think they're for conformism, you know, just like the previous sort of Mao people and so forth. And with regards to other countries, they would kind of do thing that's the most stable thing. So if you look at America, even though they're not technically Islamists, they still kind of go with the new Syrian leader. They still speak to Erdogan and so forth, right? So when it comes to other countries, China, just like any other superpower, unlike the UN and the Europe, will not fight for human rights or Israel, Palestine, or anything. They will look for things that are beneficial for them to make sure that trade continues and to make sure that their oil continues and to make sure that they have a business advantage.
And so why would that not be better, given that the US right now is fighting for ethno supremacy in Gaza and in Israel, in a world in which the Chinese, you know, leaders, whatever they are in the world, in a world in which
I would
in a world in which
say
they want conformism, wouldn't that then be better because they would oppose ethno supremacy? You would think if they want conformism.
No, conformism can be ethno supremacy as well. The comment of sort of Uyghurs is ethno supremacy of Han China, right? So that's Han Chinese sort of identity. They're not completely mutually assertive. They're not mutually exclusive as well.
The Uyghur point is a bit of a red herring, I think, because a lot of people don't realize that the Uyghurs are not even the majority Muslim population in China. China's had Muslims for thousands of
right.
years, and they've got along just fine. The Uyghurs, the specific problem with the Uyghurs is that there was a terrorism problem with the Uyghurs. That's not the same in, I think.
Right.
I forgot
So
the other-
Islamist. Yeah. Fundamentalist.
Yes, I can see why they would oppose
fundamentalist
terrorism, though, right?
Right,
yeah,
right.
that's normal.
So
right?
when we look at, yeah. So I guess the concept of human rights, the concept of ECHR, those things, they come from European thought, language of thought after World War II, right? So the idea is you don't have sort of political prisoners, you don't go towards sort of ethno supremacies and so forth, which is kind of dying right now, to be fair. If you look at El
Right now?
Salvador with Bukele, if you
Right
look at
now,
Colombia-
has
Yeah,
that
I
ever
would say
really
that.
been a real thing, given that the US was not?
Yeah,
exactly
I mean,
following
I
any
think
rules for-
UK is going to vote for reform in 3 years' time. It's going to reject ECHR. Europe has literally voted 400-200 to kind of speed up deportations, detainment,
Okay, so
and deportations to third world countries.
You're making a lot of points right now. Let's slow down a little bit. Let's focus specifically
Sure.
now on Gaza, right?
Sure.
I made the point before you came on that I think we might not have seen
Yeah.
what we saw in Gaza, because in a world in which China is interested
Yeah.
in not invading places of the world or taking a side in these things, they would prefer the
Yeah.
UN to advocate for this, and the UN would most likely say, let's have some kind of peace. You said no. You disagree with that because you're trying
I
to
don't
care
think they
about
would
human
care.
rights.
I don't think they would care. Yeah. I don't think they would care. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So I think if they thought that Israel and America could kind of sort this out, where they had no sort of issues with oil transport coming in from Iran, no issues with things, I think they wouldn't care that the Palestinians were transferred to either Jordan, South Africa, or any other place. And I would even go further. I do think Gaza is likely not to exist in the next 10 years' time. Even if you look at it right now, there is even if you look at it right now, the peace that you have is from Trump. It's based on a board of peace. That board of peace is basically kind of saying that if you have the money to put into this country, if you have the money to come into this board of peace, then you have a right to say something, right? As far as I know, I don't think China has actually put in any sort of money as well. And even now, UN is not actually challenging it because UN is powerless as well, right? UN is powerless because we're at a point where all these kind of UN principles of human rights, globalism, multiculturalism, all these things are dying, you know? Let's look at the past week. Okay.
No,
In the past week, Maldi.
sorry again. One second.
Go on.
One second. I appreciate your enthusiasm, I believe about this. I just want to focus on specifically on this point, right? Because you said you disagree
go on.
that you disagree that you think we would have basically seen more or less the same in Gaza because China wouldn't care enough to
Yes.
intervene.
Yes. That's
But you know
exactly
what?
what
I suppose if you play the theory out continuously, a world in which America
Yeah.
wasn't a superpower would be a world in which they
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to support Israel in the way they've done. Like the UK is not a superpower, so we couldn't physically support Israel in the way that the Americans have done because we just don't have the money to do that, right? But we
Yeah,
also
yeah,
don't
I
have
agree.
the
I
kind of
agree with that point.
standing
Yeah, go
to
on.
do that. So in a world in which America is no longer a superpower, I guess they'll probably still be wealthier than the UK,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't have the kind
Yeah.
of diplomatic power to pull this off, basically.
Yeah.
Like other countries will to gang up on them and stop them. Again, maybe China.
So
would do
no,
that more easily, right?
it's
So
not
wouldn't
about
then
the
that mean
diplomatic
that-
power. So it's not that China doesn't have the power to do these things. It's not that China doesn't have the power to go into Iran. It's not that China doesn't have the power to go into Gaza and Israel. It always had the power. It always had the leverage. It always had the political will. I would say for the past 10 to 15 years. The reason they don't is that they don't care about Gaza. They don't care about Palestine. They don't want to support sort of human rights. They don't want to support Islamists.
But
China
don't you
itself
think
is a-
if the US had the same level of ambivalence, then Israel probably wouldn't be able to do what it's doing, right? I know it's a bit of a
Yeah, I would say
strange
that.
theoretical
So
thing,
the
but now
way
we're
I would
assuming,
say
like-
to look at the
Yeah, go on.
So I mean, I think we're drifting the target towards U.S. involvement right now. But there's a main reason why U.S. wants to kind of go into Gaza, Israel, and so forth. Israel was the colony that was formed by sort of UK, isn't it?
Yes.
UK formed it in sort of 1948, 54, or whenever. Now, the oil and the OPEC and those sort of Abrahamic Accords and those countries, which is Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and those places, they need peace there, right? The major issue with peace was actually sort of Islamists, Mujahideens, Talibans, and so forth, right? So US does not want human rights there as well. They want dictator, not democracy. They want dictatorial stability. Hence why they support Erdogan. Hence why they support, I think, is it Sisi in Egypt? Hence why they support Mohammed bin Ali or whatever. Hence why they support Qatar. If you look at a lot of the Muslim people in sort of Egypt and the refugees that come from Islamists and so forth, they don't like these people, right? There's a reason America supports this is because all of the petrol, all of the oil is actually transported in something called petrodollars. So whenever an oil is being sold in the market through, I think it's called OPEC, I could be wrong. Yeah, so
Sorry. How does this
America
link to the
actually gets a
superpower
percentage
point?
of that profit.
Again, I think you're kind of.
So you were
drifting a
talking
little
about US's ambivalence to Israel and so forth, isn't it?
bit. Right. Okay. Yeah,
Right. So Israel is the point where American diplomacy enters the Middle East. Then with them, they're trying to form an alliance. Islamists are something that the Western world, America, has had an issue with since the beginning of, I would say, since post World War II Afghanistan. Yeah.
So
post Russia involvement in Afghanistan.
In a world in which America is not a superpower, I would have to imagine that a lot of this
Okay.
funding they were doing of all these places, they wouldn't be able to physically do it anymore. Kind of like how if you
America's
think about
always-
the world
okay.
in which the UK is not a superpower, like right
Yeah.
now, right?
Yeah.
just don't have that
UK is not a
much power.
superpower
Hey.
because they're not a colonial power anymore, right?
We just
So let's talk about that.
we just don't have that power. So what I'm saying is that if
Yes.
America
So-
doesn't
so-
have the power to do those things, isn't
It's
that
never going to
actually
be a
then
case,
a better
AJ.
world?
No. AJ, you're thinking about it wrong. Why is America a superpower?
Why is America a superpower?
Yeah,
They
why
have
is
the most
America a
powerful.
superpower?
I would say they have the most powerful military in the world.
So
The
that's the
economic.
founder's effect. That will never change, right? Yeah. And what's the economy? They're going to have AI. That's the second thing, isn't it? Right? AI chips and those things are going to change the thing, and it's even going to be nationalized soon. What's the third thing? Things that are old that will never change, no matter what will happen.
So you're saying
It's the naval code.
even if they stop being, I guess, like even if they stop, let's say they stop being the biggest
So
economy in the world,
China's a
they'll still have
superpower
enough
because of its
power.
economic thing.
They'll still have enough
Yes.
power.
So
to do
China's
what
a
they do now, is what
superpower.
you're saying.
Yeah, so China's a superpower because of the political stability that the lack of democracy brings. China's a superpower because of the water basin that it has to help produce energy cheaply. China's a superpower because it has access to all the rare minerals. China's a superpower because it has all the access to technology, chip technology, and economic growth. America, why was America a superpower? America was a superpower because they had the hugest amount of naval coast. If you look at the amount of water to land ratio and you ask AI to put it to thing, you will get America first. Canada itself is called Land of the Great Lakes, right? America first, then it's Europe, then it's Asia, then it's Africa. So the water to land ratio helps with sort of population growth. It helps with demographics. It helps with hydropower, which was hugely influential in making cheap energy. But America as a continent is actually blessed by one thing. It's called the Louisiana Water Basin. Okay, after the 18 whatever, they purchased a huge amount of land from France that allows them to transport their economy to different parts of the state very easily. Okay, and even the other side, the military is a founder's effect.
And so you're saying these things will never change.
Yes, so
And
these
so
things will never
America's
change. The
gonna-
only reason why was UK a superpower? UK was a superpower because during Queen Elizabeth's time, they had a naval warfare with Spain. Before it was Spain and Portugal and I think the Dutch, right? And they won naval supremacy. And all the money from Britain didn't come from this small island. It came from India, Nigeria, Sri Lanka. It came from sort of the trade with China
so again, let's
and
try-
so forth. And
so
that
going
money
back
gave
to
it industrialization.
Okay, so
Yeah,
again,
so that
let's
money
try and
gave it
go back to-
industrialization, gave it gun power, gave it rail power, and those things are important. So it's not the people that's important. It's not the politics that's important. That's your motive thing because you want it to be that. Because, if it was that, then it would mean that even small countries can become big. But that's not the truth. There are geographical things to it, there are ethno things to it, there are founders effects to it.
sorry, hold on. If that you said if that was the case, then small countries can become big. Britain is a relatively small country,
Yes.
and they became
Yes,
relatively
but
big.
small,
again,
Britain
that's
was a
not-
small country
that's-
that wanted naval power.
Okay, so the
and
small countries can be
industrialization
big then, but again,
and technology,
That's not the point
right?
I'm trying to make.
It wasn't because white
Sam,
culture.
sorry,
Yeah.
1 second. I could you, Sam. I think we're drifting away from the central point I'm making,
Yeah.
and I appreciate your knowledge on these things as well. Let's stay focused, please. All right. So,
Fine.
in your view, then, succinctly, if you
Yes.
can, what does it then look like in 20, 50 years when China has kind of about as much power? What kind of the fragmentation of power look like in terms of if China's leading it? You say America can never
Yeah.
not
So
become
I
a
would say it
superpower.
would lead with America. I would say it would lead with America. Europe, human rights, multiculturalism is all going to go down. You're going to have ethno-national states with more practicality and more economic things. You are going to have less human rights, and that's going to be there. So if there's a country that kind of falls under China's thing, and that country has some sort of discrimination based on going against the Chinese political party or power, you might even see sort of things according to that as well. There might be a group of middle powers, Australia, Canada, and Europe, but they won't even be close to as powerful as America or China. That's what I think.
Okay.
But I do think the UN, the ECHR, all these things will go down. I think there will be drone warfare. I think there will be AI in sort of, these things. And basically, we're looking towards the death of the UN, ECHR, and more Chinese and American superpower controlling poles. America will control the Western pole, and Taiwan might actually go to China.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate your thoughts.
No worries. Take care.
See you, man. Let's stick around for the rest of the conversation. Very, very interesting stuff. I'm reflecting on if the world gets carved up between these two, kind of like the Soviet bloc thing we had before, right? So you have America controlling a bunch of stuff. You have China controlling a bunch of stuff. That seems like a very likely possibility. I guess some could say we already kind of see that now. The alliances are being formed. the Chinese are closer to the Russians than ever before. But again, even with that, they don't really seem to get that involved. And the other point, in fact, user 7432 just mentioned about Iran is a good reference for America's hegemony in decline. I think that's a very, very good point. So Iran is not like a superpower by any stretch, and they're able to resist, what America is doing. Of course, they're getting help from the Chinese and the Russians, but part of that is because the Russians have their own axe to grind because America is supporting Ukraine to try and destroy their country. So if that's what the Chinese century looks like, which is like less global leadership, is that so bad? I'm just thinking now, in a world in which China wasn't powerful enough to support Iran, the US would have their way with Iran and would destroy yet another country. But in a world in which the Russians and the Chinese can kind of help Iran push back, actually this is kind of positive. And if for whatever reason they got that excited, I guess maybe the Palestinians is just a separate case because they're just too small of a country to, I guess are they even the country right now? Some people say no, a lot of people say no. They're just too small of a place, and they don't really have, there's not really much interest in those places because what can they really offer to the Chinese or the Russians? So unfortunately, maybe that's just a separate case that it's it's always gonna be that way. But you look at all these other countries, I can't really think of where America would attack next. But in a world in which those countries, in a world in which Cuba was much closer to the Chinese and the Russians, I don't know, would they be able to stave off American, what do you call it, American destruction? It's possible. But I think the X factor that we're all not thinking about is like maybe the reason why China is not so militarily involved in attacking, not in defending or helping these countries defend themselves, is because they haven't quite got to the superpower status yet. Like if they were to do something in Taiwan, for example, should I just bring both of you up? Oh, okay, let me just bring Mandalorian. Just Rush Music, I'll bring you up in a second. Let me just do it one at a time. In a world in which the Chinese, were able to then fully actualize their superpower status, maybe they would start getting militarily involved in places like that. Maybe they would. Would they change their policy doctrine and be like, this is important enough to us that we're going to go in there and put troops in there? Perhaps they would. And to that point, Mandalorian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I've been listening in, and it's a good topic and all that stuff. I like these kind of lives where we talk about geopolitics. When you find a lot of BLK black TikTok channels, it's always talking about relationships or pasa or any beef that's going on. Or they don't talk about
I
relationships.
must say,
stuff.
sometimes
And
I'm not above that if the topic is fun enough and interesting enough. I do try to take a more.
no, it's funny. It can be funny. It can be funny when you watch people do the drama and pasta. It makes you laugh. But sometimes we need to have a lot more conversations like this, create spaces for people like this. So I like it.
Appreciate that. Man. Thank you so much.
More time, I think I'm gonna agree with you or your perspective or your take on this. So I don't know. I'm not gonna be too much of a contrarian, but I'll provide my own opinion
Of course,
to
of
this
course.
as well. You understand? So from my point of view, you never wish for somebody else to have power. You always wish for yourself to have power. Number one, don't ever rely on it. But you always wish that you know. But in the interim, you want to make sure that these states are able to balance each other out, not overpower each other, because that gives space for you to grow and gain power yourself. That gives you space to grow, and it gives the world an alternative other than just one superpower. They have to deal with one single rule, either Chinese rule or the American rule. No, you want to have the alternative to choose to do business with whoever you want to do, so that you can grow in power and strength as well. But because the flaw here, from a psychological point, the human being, whenever he has total dominance, total power, eventually the hubris takes over. And then we can see what the American, white, Western Anglo-American hubris is like. You can see what it's like in the world. Look at how the world is divided. Now, we don't know what the Chinese hubris is gonna be like. And sometimes you see a glimpse of it or something when a Chinese man is totally dominant and he's too comfortable in his power. You can see his hubris. Now, is that a good thing for the world? One thing I can say for Africans that have been here, so the European has created institutions and systems around the world which has somewhat given some level of peace to some people and peace to non-people and all that kind of stuff. But in that system, he has ironed you out or penned you out or drawn you out to be beneath the system. In this pyramid is created to the African, you are at the bottom of this system he has created, and you are never to grow any above. Because that's why he divided you into little economies, so that you can't compete. You can't be a market, a continental size market like China is, like Europe is, like America is. You won't be able to compete. You're just a tiny little Gambia or tiny little Rwanda. No matter how developed you are,
Right.
you're not gonna be economically effective enough because you're not a continental market.
Right.
You're like, you see what I mean?
Okay,
So-
and so
in that way-
is that like a positive then? Like maybe when we say the Chinese century, given the way China behaves around the world, it wouldn't be a case where they would have hegemony, but the Chinese century is just going to be a stage in which China probably has the most economic power, but what they actually use a lot of their power for is to balance the US's power
That's-
to go
the
and
what
invade other people and that kind of stuff.
China's long-term interest is the preservation of itself. They've been here 5,000 years of existence, US 200. They want to continue to be here as the Chinese state and all that stuff, to preserve their prosperity. When I say preserve their prosperity, and that sometimes it requires balance. And the Chinese have this philosophy: always fill your cup, but never fill the teacup too full. So you know what I mean? Because the minute you fill it up too full, it's just gonna come down. You can only go up. The only place is to come down. So they will always edge close just to be strong enough to survive,
Yeah.
but not over supersede. That's a philosophy that the Chinese have. China had an opportunity to take over the world once before, during the time of Zheng He. They came all the way to Africa with their ships, and they burned the ships down. They say there's nothing else to see in the world. They locked that. They build a wall around them. You see what I mean? Now that's not to say that they're not capable of doing that today, or they're not of the same mindset. Because the European mindset of total domination has definitely affected the rest of the world. Now, is it a good thing right now for the rest of the global south? Yes, India rising, China rising, all these powers rising. It gives you an alternative for you to do business and rise as well and grow.
Yeah.
But if you depend on these systems that the United States has created, especially the financial one, the financial system, the IMF, the World Bank, and all these trading rating companies and all that kind of stuff, that has completely made sure Africa's currency is worthless. Our currency is worthless from the first place because we had, like, when people do trade internationally, they don't want to trade with the CD or the Naira or the this, because nobody has faith and confidence and trust in that money. You're a tiny market. Imagine if that market was to be a whole West Africa region. This currency represents a whole entire region. It's a region you cannot ignore. That inspires trust. Or this currency represents a whole entire continent. You cannot ignore that. You will want to trade with that kind of currency. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So splitting you into things makes you you're monetarily, geographically, militarily, and economically defragmented. That's the framework. That's the framework they built for us, so that we can be the underclass under their system. You see what I mean? Continuously. So China's rise is helping that.
So you'd
Helping
say
to overturn that.
China's rise in the Chinese century is one of fragmentation of power, where there's different centers of power around the world, and that ultimately would lead. So would you then say like that would lead to more peace? What would be your view on
Now,
that?
China doesn't want to actually replace the system.
Yes.
It wants to just tweak it a little bit. They want to tweak it a little bit and embolden it. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
want to make the UN actually work. But they want to make the UN work, but it's not going to work. So if that's not going to work, you create a new system. Now, would that lead to a lot more peace in the world? It's almost similar to the Cold War era as we have. Similar, you might have something like that. Or maybe you might not. You understand what I mean? It's up to states to decide to break this framework as well.
Right,
Because like look at one good thing that came out from this fragmentation of decentralization of power. Look at the Sahelian alliance that just happened. You know what I mean?
What's the Sahelian alliance? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger all teamed up immediately to back each other up. Now I want that to happen for Africa a lot more. You know what I mean? Because then you have a power base. Because the reason there's a lot of wars in the world is because people have been divided, and the Europeans did this. They fragmented the world, all different kind of into small little countries, so that they can.
I'm trying to think about the wars that are happening right now in 2026, a lot of them are not interstate though, right? It seems like we have, terrorism and a lot of these things. That's not really
Yeah.
more of
But you have to think about who enables it. Who enables the terrorism? If it's not interstate war, who's the one enabling the destabilization of nation states, of people? Because the more you're destabilized and you're not stable, you will never grow to challenge us. You know what I
true,
mean?
true.
And we will just keep coming and extracting resources. That's what France was doing in the Sahel.
Yeah.
Like they said, we're coming here to help stabilize the terrorism situation. But really, all the companies will just say, there's no government here, there's no oversight, we're just gonna keep stealing as much as we can. Let's keep them in a state of instability.
Right. That's a good point. That's a very
You
good
get what
point.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and Europe, the US backs that up. They back that system. And somebody here was talking about, they built the systems to stabilize the world. You are at the bottom of that system they built. Are you happy?
I mean, I think
You see what I'm
I
saying?
think that person lives in the UK or something. So I guess they'd say they wouldn't
I mean,
identify
that's what I'm saying.
with the
Sometimes we
Howler.
can think that it's peaceful or something. No, this world is hell for some people, bro. It's
Yeah.
hell. This world
That's
is
kind of
hell
what
for
that's
some
kind of what I'm
people.
thinking. When people say like we live in the most peaceful time ever, I think if you use states fighting each other, then you'd say yes.
Yeah.
I guess maybe that's true. But if you look at what's going on, especially even in the concentrated conflicts we have, right, that's not very peaceful, and that's kind of always been the case. So I guess maybe the relative number of I don't know if that's not good. I don't know if it's a good measure, because if what that means is like you have a few people being able to dominate everyone else, I don't know. I don't know. I don't love that kind of peace, but I guess maybe just going by
I
the
think
numbers,
I
it
think
was.
the world should move, and it's probably moving towards regional states as well.
yeah.
When I say China is a continental, do you know these people really wanted to divide China, carve it up into little bits? Why do you think Manchuria, Tibet, all this stuff was coming
Yeah.
from northern China? They were trying to break China up like they break Africa. If they had broken China up that much, do you think China will be an economic force today?
Yeah,
No,
true, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
Because it will just be they wouldn't. It will just be little states. You understand what I mean? So China didn't manage to get fragmented that much. You know, they got fragmented. Some parts of China were taken, especially by the Russian Empire as well. Parts of it were taken. Taiwan. I know. So some parts are taken. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
But the fact is, the beginning point for African, or this word divide and conquer. People don't really understand how depth that really means. It's such a powerful thing. It's not just Africa they divided and conquered. It's the rest of the world. Divide the world into little pieces and let them argue amongst each other. We will be at the top of that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now,
I do.
one thing I say: the world needs to move towards a regionalism. That means West Africa region, East Africa region, North Africa, Southern Africa, and then China, Asian. The BRICS. You need to move towards in regional blocks. I think that's the trend right now that's happening geopolitically. There's a trend and a need for that.
Yeah, good
But
point.
the West are constantly pushing back
Pushing
towards
back,
that.
yeah, to
You understand me?
concentrate
And when you
power.
move to that level, when you move to that level in a regional way, you are, instead of going on all-out war between states, you will most likely be willing to negotiate a lot more. And you're much more powerful. Your market's more powerful. Your currency more powerful. Your military more powerful. The world will be a better place
yeah,
if
agreed.
we move it into that, rather than these smaller states conflicting each other.
Sounds good, man. Really appreciate your contribution.
That's my opinion.
No, you said it's a very sound
Yeah.
opinion. Thank you so much. Hope you have to stick around. And if you love these conversations, make sure you follow me as well. I don't think you're following me currently. I do try and do a lot of these.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll see you on future live streams.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, one thing.
Yeah, I think he said one thing and I cut him off. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You can come back so you can see the thing he was gonna say. I'm so sorry. I'm moving strict. He said, "Never mind." Hope I didn't offend you, bro. Speaking of one thing that we haven't really talked about, and I focused this conversation a lot on peace and security. That was actually a very good contribution. But the other thing I haven't really focused on in terms of the question, would the world be better under Chinese leadership? I'm also thinking about economically. Right now, China makes hella stuff for cheap. Everyone makes stuff in China. It's just so cheap. We had a conversation. We had a situation with AI. I think someone on my previous person mentioned AI. You have OpenAI and Anthropic and all these people making their AIs, charging people an arm and a leg. China made DeepSeek much cheaper. almost just as good. It does all the same things. So even that kind of economics and enslavement that the US is able to do in every part of the world, a world in which we had, Microsoft and all these other big companies, they were of Chinese origin. Would that not also be better for other players in the world? Because economic leadership of China would lead to, like, let's just be honest, hella cheap stuff. Now, some people might say that might actually decimate some poorer countries because then their manufacturing base never gets to grow. I don't know. Maybe a lot of countries that are developing just have to skip the industrialization stage entirely because there's no point in doing that because China already does it. But that's something to also think about. Like, would the world be better from an economic perspective? Like, would we be more prosperous if China was, the world leader? Some people might say no because, again, like, China make a lot of cheap stuff and they can overwhelm your economy and destroy your manufacturing base, which you might not love so much. On the other hand, the availability of loads of cheap stuff from China can allow a country to grow rapidly. So if you want to have more of X, Y, and Z, go and make it in China because China can make it super cheap. That might be better for the world. You want to have some new AI stuff. DeepSeek is probably going to be much, much cheaper. I'm pretty sure it is much, much cheaper than ChatGPT, than Claude. What else do you want to say? China's leading the world in, for example, renewable energy. They're producing record amounts of solar power, all these kind of things. So in a world in which, again, China exports the most vehicles in the world, their vehicles are much cheaper than the American-made ones. I drive a Chinese car, much cheaper, has all the same features. So in that kind of world, a world in which the Chinese were able to spread their tentacles in that way, actually just sounds like a more prosperous one because they have loads of cheap shit. And again, they're very, very good at making stuff. So that's also another angle I actually want to reflect on. And again, we're not all economic PhD students here, so let's just talk about it in the way we understand, right? But when we think about would the world be better under Chinese leadership, let's also consider the economic benefits that could come with China being, a lot of times, right now, the US and a lot of the European countries were doing protectionism against China, right? Because they didn't really want to compete with the Chinese. China has the highest IP infringements. They don't necessarily innovate. I mean, I think the Chinese would take offense to that. The Chinese innovate a lot. Maybe people steal from each other, I suppose. But a lot of times, they steal to make it cheaper. I'm not going to lie, I like that kind of stealing. If they're going to steal from the people like OpenAI and Anthropic, I welcome that. They should be doing that because these people are going to be ripping us off anyway. All these technologies, they don't own it. Ace, how you doing, man? So what? Steal it and make it cheaper for everyone. I commend that. I don't need you to keep it for yourself. I'm there's no virtue in just having let's say for example now, China stole some technology for, I think my car, my car's I drive a JQ. And China literally, if you see the JQ, a lot of the parts inside it, they just ripped it from other cars that are popular. I think there's some it looks like basically like a Range Rover on purpose. Again, does that upset me? I like that. Yeah, take it from them. Take it from them and make it better for all of us. So I would say that's kind of my point about that. Some people might say okay, this is negative because you have the J2. What's the Jator? I've never seen that before. Do you mean to say something else? Let me look up that car. Anyway, that being said, Aisha, how are you, man? Happy Sunday to you too. The Jator T2, is it T2? Okay, I've never heard that car before. Is that in the UK? Oh, it looks like a Land Rover kind of. Oh, that looks quite nice. Oh, I like this. Is it in the UK? Where are you from? The Defender. Yeah, it looks like a Defender. Yeah, where are you from? Are you from the UK? I haven't seen this car on our streets before. Yeah. All right, let me bring someone else up to come and give me what they think about this question. Again, let's try and think about the economic. You live in the UK. Oh, I've never seen this car on our road before. All right, Just Russ Music. You're up next. You've been waiting so patiently. Thank you so much for waiting, and thank you so much for joining to share your thoughts. How much do I pay for the? How much? Oh yeah, someone is asking you about the tour. Jator. I don't know how you pronounce that. My English is bad. Yeah, Level Sports. That's a very good question because I'll be honest. One thing the Chinese could work on the JQ, they could improve the fuel efficiency. It's completely terrible, but I don't think that's their fault. I think that's because the JQ is a super hybrid system. One of the most, I want to strangle the people that made the super hybrid system, because the super hybrid system, I'm just going to go on a quick rant about the super hybrid system. It uses the fuel to operate the battery of the car, which means your fuel doesn't last very long at all. Like if you're not running that car on EV mode, hey, the fuel goes down like water in a bloody basket. It's terrible. It's completely terrible. So basically, I guess I can see the wisdom in it, in the sense that like a lot of people nowadays are able to charge at home. The reason why I rant about it is because I can't charge at home very easily. Just Ross Music, because I've lost him. Let me bring Curate on. I can't charge at home as easily, and we haven't got like a dedicated EV rate, so then I end up paying like 25p per whatever. So that's why I'm complaining about it. If you can charge at home, you probably wouldn't complain, but I like the option of being able to run the car as a proper, like, just a normal car, which I can't do because, again, super hybrid is a foolish system. But that's not the Chinese fault. Everyone's doing that nowadays. How are you curated?
Hi. Sorry, I just want you to note Sam's comment. I'd like to go back to it. It's about the PlayStation going digital, because I think it kind of like ties to a bigger point I'd like to make.
Good question, Sam. All right, go on.
I think China is more beneficial to the world playing second fiddle. Like I was trying, like the point I was trying to make in the comment. China doesn't necessarily innovate. Like they're not like, they are better off at reverse engineering, right? And dismantling these things that American companies build and try to hoard or try to, charge extortionately for. And I think they're stronger in that role. I think if we let them be pioneers, I mean, to be fair, it's an open question. Like we don't know, right? But from what I've seen so far, Chinese companies are great. I love China. I have a business and I manufacture my products in China. Love their work ethic. Love their I love. Like I'm not like this like Western, all for the West.
Really?
I love China and
You're
what they
not?
contribute to the world.
Could have fooled me.
I mean, I'm giving you how the ways I love China.
I was teasing you for our
I
previous
love China.
conversation. Yeah, joking.
I know. But I like, like take for example, even looking at Nigeria, the minute Trump said, "Oh, we're going to get involved in the situation with Boko Haram," China also said, "Oh yeah, we're also going to get involved, and we're also going to give you intelligence. We're also going to give you security." So like,
They did?
how come? Yeah, they did. Look it up.
Look it up.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
So it's like, how come they couldn't lead with that? How come they couldn't say, "Oh, Nigeria, we can see that you're fighting terrorism and blah blah blah, and we're going to help you"? No, but they waited until Trump was making noise about it. Then literally the same week, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're also going to help you. We're also going to do this. We're also going to do that." So I think for the sake of competition, like on a global stage, I think it's great the way we have the dominant superpower being the US for now, and we have this competing regional / potential superpower in China that's a close second and putting the US on their toes. I think they kind of complement each other in that way.
So in a world in which that was swapped
yeah.
around, and then China was like the leader, and the US was trying to compete with them, but they were kind of a bit less than. You don't think that would be better?
I would say no, only because I haven't seen China take on that leadership role organically. Like when you look at, like, for example, I forgot the chip. I forgot the name of that chip now. That the US is selling to China, and then they have to like create their own. I haven't really seen China like push the envelope on their own. Like I've seen them try to say, okay, well, fine, the US doesn't want to give us this. We're going to do it better. We're going to reverse engineer and like break down what they've done and do it better. And that's why I was making the IP comment earlier on. China is one of the has probably the biggest IP infringement, because the country simply doesn't care. There's no punishment. You're free to do what you want. And there is a bigger argument around IP protection and how far it should go. And I think that kind of like goes back to Sam's point, because I'm against the PlayStation digitalization thing, because personally I have my own experience and I hate it. But I think intellectual property protection is needed to drive innovation, because when there is no guarantee that you can like monetize and benefit of your inventions and people can just copy you, then there is no motivation to actually push the boundaries and be as innovative as possible. So if China was in charge, and let's even take the IP approach, right? And that's and they were, you know, the leaders of the world, and people would be following suit. Other countries would follow suit, and no one would care about, you know, like no one care about IP protection, and there'll be no incentive to protect. Like there'll be no incentive to be innovative and discover things if it's just going to be ripped off by other companies.
But I guess the Chinese would say, like, when it comes to a lot of these things, like, I don't know, robotics and stuff. I think a lot of the students that are probably making these advancements in the US universities are probably Chinese. I think China sends a lot of students to the US to go and study and stuff, so they probably do a lot. They probably say they can do a lot of that stuff. I think it's only recent that the US is trying to like beef them and limit the number of students or whatnot. But then the second thing is, like, when it comes to, for example, renewables, it seems like China is, you know, making a lot of advancement on a lot of these technologies. So they would say, like, actually, maybe, you know, we're actually pushing the boat out in a way that you're not giving us credit for. Like solar power, for example. I think they're the ones that keep leading the world in producing more efficient solar cells. You know, I've talked about cars now, for example, like being able to manufacture these cars and sell them much cheaper. There must be some kind of breakthrough they're doing. It's not just a labor thing, right? They must be doing some kind of new advancements that's allowing them to do it much cheaper. So how do you respond to
No,
that
I definitely agree. Like I'm not saying the Chinese aren't brilliant and aren't innovative in themselves. But what I'm saying is, I mean, you look at BYD, for example, the fact that 15 years ago, the thought of BYD competing with Tesla was laughable, right? And now we've seen even Americans like, what was his name? What's that investor's name? The old guy.
Buffett?
Yes, Warren Buffett, pouring a lot of money into BYD specifically, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And we've now seen like BYD, you know, in some ways even surpass Tesla at a lower price. So I agree. Like, but what I'm saying is they're not pioneers. So in my opinion, what I'm noticing is they're better at like reverse engineering and improving. But I'm not seeing them pioneer in like the technology in itself in the first place. So how can you be a leader?
That's a
You
fair
you
point.
just like you're playing second best.
I mean, I hadn't actually reflected on exactly like what Chinese inventions. I guess maybe they say like gunpowder, maybe. It's a long time ago. But I guess I need to probably do some thinking or research maybe into, you know, what fields there.
No, but I like this. I like this dynamic because they're putting America on their toes, and America is putting them on their toes, and then we're having the best outcome.
Yeah, true. Like, yeah, China can take it from there, make it cheaper for the rest of us. That's actually a good thing overall.
Exactly, and the US knows that, and yeah, it's like it's the best outcome for us, like the people.
Mandalorian said,
So I hope
IP
I
protection
like this.
is there to make sure no one can catch up. I like a good angle. So his point, he made a counterpoint to your IP infringement stuff, and he says, like, I don't think he believes much in the patent regime, I guess, because he believes that it's just there to like hold it and kind of hide it away from everyone else. I guess they do that with drugs and stuff, right, as well, where they kind of protect it, and then no one can buy the drug because they're making rapid profits from it.
I'm sorry, key was the argument of being pioneers is if you want to have that leadership role, then yeah, you do need to be a pioneer, not just be able to excel at doing something, but you also need to pioneer. Regarding the patents, I agree. Like, I think some patents are very unethical, the way, especially with drugs, when these drug companies, you know, think of a new way of doing something and that is life-saving, and then choose to like increase the price or make the price super unaffordable for the masses. I think that's very unethical. But when you think about like cars and the advancement in technology, without being able to protect your IP, there is little incentive to push, I don't know, to be creative and to be innovative. And that's why, you know, Western countries, Europe and the US, have very strong because it is something that, you know, you learn when you're learning about IP law, is that it drives innovation. So it's needed to encourage inventors to be innovative.
I mean, it's interesting you made that point, because I'm just thinking about now in the Western world. I'm pretty sure if you had a good idea, a company that had more money than you, if your idea was that good, they could just steal it from you. Like
They
we see
could
that
find
all
their
the
own
time, don't
way
we?
of doing it.
Like I think everyone
No,
copies
I
people.
mean,
No,
having like registering an IP is one thing. The bigger part is defending it, right? So like that's a whole other battle. But most companies, they just find an alternative way of, so you look at skincare, for example. If a company invents a new way of like some kind of like skin to delivering something to your skin cells, another company might find a different way of doing it, and that's okay. Um, but yeah, I think
Fair
some
enough.
level of IP protection is important, some level,
fair
and
enough.
China completely violates it.
Fair enough.
They don't care.
So on the I haven't asked you about the security point. Quez says they choose not to be the world's parent. Yeah, it seems like they try very hard not to get involved in stuff. On the security point, I haven't asked you about that. How do you see that playing out? Do you think the world will be more, again, securities? What does that even really mean? Very broad term, right? Peaceful, more secure, that kind of thing, under a Chinese leadership. And again, I think you probably have to play some kind of mental hypothesis, whatever, to understand exactly what that looks like. Because a world in which China was the dominant superpower, you have to assume what the role of the US would be. But again, very general question, but what do you think overall? I gave my thoughts earlier before you joined, I think, when I said that a world in which, because China's kind of perspective is just not get involved in these things, they'd probably try to go through the UN more, as opposed to like putting their thumb on the scale. Like, like the US right now is supporting actively the Israelis, for example, or, insert another country. Whereas the world in which the Chinese don't care enough about these things. Let's say, for example, when Syria happened. Okay, Syria happened because the US wanted to get rid of Assad, because I think the Gulf states also wanted to get rid of him. But the Chinese don't care either way if Assad is there or not. So what they would do is like, okay, even if you have some genuine beef with Assad and you're like a opposition, whatever, they'd probably try and go through the UN. And so I was saying that probably mean we see less of these kind of conflicts and stuff, because obviously the US funding these opposition people in Syria led to ISIS. But what say you on that kind of position?
Well, we have to remember that in the world where China is the dominant superpower, Russia is still a player. So we would just see these conflicts play out differently, but these conflicts would still play out. So take, for example, Syria. Russia was backing Assad. So we would see an Assad regime remain. We would see him squash the rebels. We would see him use chemical weapons on his people unchecked.
That's not true, by the way.
About him using chemical weapons?
Yeah.
It's untrue?
Yeah. There was a very good investigation done
but
by
then the Obama administration. The Obama.
Go on.
The Obama administration openly accused him of using chemical weapons.
Yeah, I think the phrase the CIA director used at the time was, "The intelligence is no slam dunk." That's a direct quote. It was a lie. The OPCW, there was actually some leaks that came out from the OPCW, and this journalist called Aramate, very, very good journalist, he he published and talked about it. It was a lie. But that
Okay,
was
that's
when
fair.
they
I
said that red
haven't-
line. Yeah. Anyway, that's besides the point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. But regardless, we would still see a Russian-backed Syria with Russian influence. We would see a Russian-backed communist Afghani government with no
Communists?
Yeah. So
Oh, you mean like from back in the
yeah,
the Soviets?
yeah,
So
yeah.
I was like, oh, now.
Oh yeah, sorry, the Soviets. The
Oh,
Soviets,
okay.
Soviets.
Oh, right.
So that's the way the world would be shaped. And generally, I don't think China would go as far as stopping Russia in those countries, because I don't think those countries are of interest to them personally.
Right.
So that's the way. So which is why I keep saying, like, when people try to make the West and imperialism seem so bad, which it is bad, but the answer is, oh well, the US just needs to not be the dominant power and then the world will be better. No, it will just be a different superpower with different outcomes.
Okay,
That these
yeah.
conflicts would still arise.
Okay, so maybe we should do like. Sorry, I'll let you finish. I had an interesting idea of how to, take the conversation, but I'll let you finish that point.
Then I was going to say, even in Nigeria, there have been allegations of, like, within the places where we have, like, banditry and terrorism, there have been allegations of, like, Chinese companies mining in those places and extracting resources from and exploiting the situation and essentially paying the bandits to freely mine in those regions. So I don't think their hands are necessarily clean. I think they would just serve a different, these conflicts would still be there. It would just play out differently.
So I like the point you made about. And sorry, I'm making notes, but if I look down, I look like I'm distracted. It's because I'm making notes because I have to try and clip these conversations later. So I need to try and remember when interesting points are made, so I can like clip it easier. But the point you made where you introduced Russia, I like that actually because I didn't reflect on that. A world in which China was the dominant superpower will be a world in which maybe Russia now has more free reign. It does seem like Russia's usually getting involved in these countries. Again, I guess maybe the US see the opposite way, but to try and like oppose US influence, at least in the more modern times, right? Maybe if you go back to like Soviet times, it was a bit different, but like in more modern times, Syria, for example, was a good one where Russia only got involved after the US started sponsoring the rebels. And let's be honest, a lot of terrorism was proliferating there. But if we play that out logically, right? Couldn't someone say a world in which Russia was able to have its way in Syria would be one in which Assad remained in power, but what we don't then have is a former Al Qaeda leader, maybe? Is that who he was? Jolani being president of Syria. Is that not a better outcome than what we have now?
I mean, you could argue to you, he might be a former Al Qaeda leader. To others, he's now a reformed Al Qaeda leader who is trying to participate in the world stage, and he's trying to like open up Syria to the world. So we have to observe and see what happens in the next 5 to 10 years. Or
See what happens. So you don't think like he's done enough that we shouldn't have an Al Qaeda leader as president, like justice wise? Because for all of
if I got to make the call, I wouldn't.
Yeah, right.
If I got to make the call, I wouldn't. But he's positioning himself as a reformed Al Qaeda leader, right? And I think I've seen footages of him like out and like celebrations. Like I think an opening for some kind of sports event, and like with secular music playing, and people were like women and men were dancing, and so it's like if he's willing to play ball, then let him play ball. If he's saying he's reformed and he's willing to join the world and not be as fundamentalist or as extremist as he once was, then let's see what he has to offer. Like, why not? As opposed to an Assad
interesting you made that point, because you seem to have a lot of problem with the Islamic theocracy in Iran. And now you say, like, if the guy's a reformed Al Qaeda leader, then, well, let's just give him some rope. That seems to be competing, no?
Let's remember also the alternative was an Assad family dynasty, right? Where the power wasn't revolving, it was just within this family. That was the alternative. And
that sounds better than the former terrorist, no?
Fair enough. Okay, I agree. But even
when I say former, I don't know how exactly when he decided to renounce it. I don't know what he's still saying now, like in the law.
And I hear your points because I'm someone who's very, 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 very against like Islamists, and so I hear that point. But I'm also looking at body language, right? There was a point that the US was trying to see how open the IRGC or the Ayatollah at the time was willing to play ball, and how open they were to the West, and just their willingness, right, to participate. Even I think Western powers generally try to see how they can cooperate with people that they disagree with. On a moral.
I don't know if I agree with that.
No, because I mean, look at the fact that the Taliban are visiting the EU. Was it this week or next week? I can't remember, but they're visiting the EU, and this isn't the first time. In 2001 as well, they've met with not Taliban, but they've met with like tribal leaders in Afghanistan. So oftentimes the West will try to see, okay, how open and how willing are these people willing to participate in the world economy? How willing are they? Like how, and then that's when you start pushing in your interest, pushing for your interest. So perhaps if the Taliban, comes to the EU, the meeting goes well, they say, okay, perhaps maybe we can have girl education go up to age 15. Perhaps we can have the UNICEF come in and teach, So then I think oftentimes the West will try and see, okay, what can we get out of this administration? How willing are they to play ball? And it's for them to see, okay, perhaps, for the Taliban kids to say, maybe, we do need the Western help right now because we're, going into our people in poverty, there's starvation. Maybe if the West can help us in this way, sure, we can allow girls study up until 16. Sure, we can allow women, give women X, Y, and Z, right? So for me, what I look at, although personally I'm opposed to, because I know if I was in that country, I wouldn't want to live under such regime. I think sometimes we have to play ball, and that's unfortunately the way global politics is. So yeah, the Syrian leader might be a former Al Qaeda member, but so far he seems to have renounced that way of life. And if anything, that's a good sign because he could then be a token, right, for what the alternative is for extremists. So it's like you don't have to do this; you could do this.
I mean, or maybe it could be a lesson, which is that if you're able to successfully do extremism, eventually the US that was funding you before will now legitimize you to be president of a country. So maybe the people in ISWAP are looking at that and saying, actually, you know what? If we continue on this path, maybe eventually one of us can be governor of Zamfara or something.
Hell no.
Now, I saw the word democracy in the comments somewhere. I think some people are having. I love the fact that my comment section always gets very active and people are just like arguing with each other on it. It's fantastic. It's love to see this is what community is all about. But Sam mentioned democracy. Democracy is important. On that point about democracy, obviously China is not a democratic country in the traditional sense. I think some people might say China is actually very democratic. Not in the sense that we have one person, one vote or whatever, but in their own way. Do you see a kind of problem with that then in the Chinese century? Would we see a decline in A, do you think democracy is what everyone makes it out to be? And then B, I guess, do you see a kind of problem with a world in which, I'm sure some people say a world in which China dominate the world or rule the world is one in which we'll see like less democracy because again they don't really care who's leader, right? They just want to make business. What do you say to that?
I think looking at the way the US tried to implement nation building in different countries and how terribly it failed, I can't realistically say democracy is practical in every part of the world, right?
Right.
And we do have countries that don't have democracy, like China, like the UAE, like Qatar, like the Gulf Arab states, basically, and they're relatively stable. They seem to have a vision, and they're able to. Because, the thing, my only issue with perhaps like a monarchy or a dictator is even if they're benevolent, right, and even if they're amazing and they are able to plan, someone else could come after them and have all that power and not have the best intentions or the best vision. Then what? What are the safeguards to then get rid of this person? Perhaps the Chinese system would be able to better manage that kind of situation. But take for example in Uganda, in Rwanda, you have Paul Kagame, who at this point now I think we can also he's a dictator, but he's taking the nation far from where from where they were in 1994, almost 33 years ago now, I think. But then who's to say what's coming after Kagame? Let's even say Kagame is able to sustain this growth. Rwanda's economy continues to grow. Rwanda as a nation, let's say that happens, but then what comes after him, right? And I don't think they have a system or a party or a political structure that can continue that growth. So that's my only reservation. But yeah, I definitely agree that if China was the global superpower, then there'll be less pressure on countries to follow democracy. Let's even bring that to Nigeria. Right now, you take. I think right now so far, Nigeria is longest running democracy right now in Africa. Since 1999, we've been democratic, and we've had it, relatively. I can even call them fair elections. I don't know. We've had elections.
Yeah.
We've been having elections since 1999, and there's pressure because Jonathan was able to leave as a sitting president, which is not normal in most countries. And the West nodded their heads like, okay, good boys, you guys did a good job on that. So there's pressure on the next president to continue that, to understand that, listen, if you lose, you need to leave, or you can't stay here forever. So I think without the US being there, or the West being there, trying to nudge countries like Nigeria to do that, what would Tinubu look like? If it was China, do you think Tinubu would care about elections? Do you think he would even care to rig? Do you think there's any points to rig?
I mean, but in a world in which Tinubu tries to rig the next election, I mean, some people say he's already doing that basically, right? All the senators are basically in the APC now. Almost all the governorships.
All the governors. I think 32 out of 36 governors now are.
So, I mean, I guess the rigging's already more or less done by that, right? It's guaranteed a second term, more or less. So maybe there wouldn't really be much of a difference. It seems like most countries, obviously, the US doesn't love democracy generally anyway, right? So it seems like even they're kind of moving away from. I say moving away from. They've always supported dictators actually all around the world. So I don't know how much of a difference. Maybe that just becomes a wash. Like China don't really care about democracy. The US never cared about democracy. Quez seems to have a problem with the US's place. Yeah, I agree with that. Quez, that's a good question. Why is it the US's place to tell countries what to do? Interesting.
I mean, I think the reason is because whether we like it or not, since World War II, the US has positioned themselves as the police of the world. When it comes to, people always say, "Oh my God, let the UN, pass a resolution." Well, yeah, it's the US that's going to back that resolution up militarily for the most part. So they've made it their position, and in turn we consume Hollywood, we speak English, we absorb American culture, even though we've never been there. We know what Dunkin' Donuts. We know so much about their culture and their way of life, their soft power. So yeah, that's been the trade off, and that's and the thing is, sorry, back to that question. Yeah, I hate so much that I continue to sound like this pro West, pro US person. But I sometimes not sympathize. I sometimes understand the dilemma that the US is in, because you look at what happened with I'm just going to use two events in Africa: Mogadishu in Somalia, I think 1992 under Bill Clinton, and then the 1994 Rwandan genocide. So the US is in Somalia. Why? They really had no real business being there per se. Like they could have not gotten involved and literally not lost anything. But they're like, okay, cool. There are these warlords. There are these, we need to get rid of them. Let's help them. And then we see, the Black Hawk accident that happened, where they lost a couple of US military personnel, and they lost their choppers, and all that, all of that. And then 2 years later, we have the Rwandan genocide. The US is like, okay, cool. We don't want to get involved. The UN is currently there as peacekeepers. Okay, they're leaving. Cool. We're not going to get involved. We're not going to send military personnel to get involved. And for a large part, the world blamed the US. People said, okay, well, why didn't you get involved? Why didn't you do something? So it's like, do you want them to get involved, or do you not want them to get involved?
Well, I mean, I guess it's not like a either or, right? They can get involved. I guess so, like stuff like Rwanda. I guess fair enough, but they do get involved a lot of times, and it's for to make the situation worse, or to actually start the whole chaos and violence in the first place, right? Like with Gaza. So I guess with Gaza, we want them to be involved, maybe, but not in the capacity they're currently in, which is supporting ethno supremacy. In Iran, we'd want them to just, I guess, leave the Iranians alone. I see your general point, but I think it's very easy just to decide when it's actually virtuous to get involved and when it's virtuous to just leave people alone. I think we can easily make that distinction. Someone says MAGA dies with Trump. I guess we should probably think about and reflect on what's happening to the US as an empire, given what's going on with Donald Trump. Some people are talking about whether or not Trump won't leave. I think I had a conversation. I don't know if you were there. I had a conversation during the week about if Trump is gonna, basically go for a third term. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that, because I think that's related to what's gonna happen with American empire.
I think it's Trump's ultimate wet dream to run for a third term against Barack Obama. And I've often heard through both ways. If Trump gets a third term, then Obama gets a third term. Yeah. Trump is heavily obsessed with Obama, and I think he would love to run against him. But neither of those things will happen. As much as I would love to see it, neither of those things. I think the American institutions are strong enough, from the judiciary to the legislative, strong enough to withstand, even a Trump tyranny or tyranny. And we've seen him leave before. Yeah, he's gonna kick and scream and throw a tantrum, but he will leave. We've seen this play out before, so we know what to expect, right?
But I think the first time when he left, the institutional power that the Republicans had is not as much as this. But again, the midterms are coming up, so actually maybe they'll lose a lot of that power actually. But I'm just thinking, compared to the power they have now, the Republicans dominate basically, seems like all the branches of government. Because even the kind of crazy corruption Trump has been doing, yeah, no one's really been able to hold him to account because it seems like, again, A, the Democrats are useless, but then also B, they just don't have that much power. I also agree with you. I don't think that Trump is going to try and go for a third term, purely just because like the people around him want the power for themselves as well. So I don't see a world in which, you know, JD Vance and all these really super ambitious guys are like, let's just go along with a Trump third term because they want to be president as well. Like they've been wanting that for a long time. So I think the sheer force of all the other people that also want to do it will get rid of him. I don't know if the institutions being strong enough is, I don't know. Actually, it seems like, yeah, it's the constitution and stuff. So fair enough. Fair enough. What? Let me see. Yeah, go on. Let me see what the comments are saying. Do you guys know?
Okay, I saw Khalik's comment about technocracy. I think technocracy is an interesting approach because even in Nigeria, for example, we've argued that if we had more technocrats in power, perhaps, or because we do have technocrats in office, but we've not had a technocratic leader as the figurehead, right? And people were making the arguments for Tinubu that he's excellent at finding these technocrats, and that's who's he's gonna put in power. So his government is going to perform amazingly well. But you know that didn't happen. But then, sorry, just going back to your U.S. point. Yeah, I do think with the midterms, I think as it does, and that's why the American system is, you know, so respected, because things like they respond, like the voters typically respond to, you know, whoever's in power. So when a Democrat is in power, then they think, oh, that he's so awful, we need a Republican, and then oftentimes, you know, Congress and the House would switch back to a Republican-led, you know, or rather more Republican seats. And we're already seeing a blue wave, if you want to call it that. We're seeing, you know, historically red seats and red states switch. We're seeing like the Mandami effect. We're seeing, so I definitely think, you know, come up to the what year is Trump leaving? 2027?
Yeah, 27, 28.
Yeah. So I think I think we're definitely going to see a shift in power.
And to the point we're talking about today on the kind of superpower stuff, would you say Trump's, I guess maybe second term, maybe combined terms, do you think that's entrenched America's superpower status, or that's kind of made it less? Like, is America more of a superpower, you know, post or during Trump now? Or do you think they're less of us? Because some people argue that because of all the stuff he's kind of done around the world, America's more isolated, blah, blah, blah. Whereas, I guess just from a raw power perspective, they've actually been able to flex their power more than ever before. You know, Venezuela, which is like has the largest oil reserves in the world, is firmly in the American sphere of influence now because, you know, Trump just went in there and took out the leader and stuff like that. So what do you say to that kind of thing? Do you think it's more of a superpower or less because of Trump?
I think it's shown it in two ways. Okay, so I think America is definitely more like less respected because Trump is just not a respectable president. When we see him at like global events, and this was the same as during his first term as well. You have all these other leaders just like completely ignoring him or avoiding him, and I think it's almost like they know that the U.S. is such a presence that it can't be ignored, but they're just trying to wait him out. They're like, do you know what? He will come and he will go,
right,
and everything will go back to normal. So it's almost like you respect someone because of their like family name or because of, but you don't respect who they are, right? And Trump is flexing muscles, and dangerously so. He's also showing the vulnerabilities of the US as a superpower. Wow. Because kind of like when you're like, let's say Biden, for example, right? When you know you're this giant, you don't take some bait because you know it could play out against you, and then people could then see, because sometimes power is a facade, right? So when you don't play into certain hands and you don't play, you know, you don't fall for certain things, you seem more powerful. But Trump has, like, you know, he's fallen for Iran's trap, and he's exposed a vulnerability that I think perhaps people didn't think the US had 3 years ago, and they had more leverage because that vulnerability wasn't, you know, open at that time. But now that I think he's kind of like not diminished their superpowerness or their ability to, but I think he's just exposed that they're not almighty. They do have vulnerabilities. You can
But
find a way to take
doesn't
them
that
down,
diminish
and I
it though?
think
Like if part of the aura, we're living in the aura generation. I keep saying
yeah,
that. If part of
he's
the aura is
he's
one,
lost aura points for the US.
which is I guess a key part of how you maintain your superpower status, right? That air of invulnerability.
Yeah.
No one can touch you. No one can destroy you. At this point, I would say, by the way, guys, thank you so much for keeping the comments so lively. If you have any more general questions about politics and social politics or whatever, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I know the conversation's kind of shifted a bit from the Chinese question. If there's anyone that still wants to share their thoughts on that, do request. I'll bring you up. But this is also meant to be a more of a general political hangout. I think last time we spoke, we ended up going to like talking about Lucia Letby and stuff, which is that'd be a fascinating conversation to clip. But I've been so busy, and to be fair, I'm doing live streams like every other day now, so it's very very hard to get the time to clear. I don't even know if I've even posted that one. But yeah, this is meant to be more of a general political hangout I'm trying to cultivate here. I've seen a few people come in and talk about how they really enjoy this kind of platform and space. So feel free to follow me if that describes you. And again, if you have any specific or just general topics of interest that you wanted to talk about or have us discuss, lob it in the chat. Again, the chat is very lively, so people are doing a very good job of that without me prompting it. But yeah, I'll make sure to try and pick that up and we can talk about it. Level Sports just asked, can we talk about conspiracy theories? Level Sports, that's a very general topic, my friend. Do you have any specific conspiracies in mind that you wanted to discuss or get into? I don't know if I have many hot conspiracy theories about most stuff in the world. I think a lot of the
Do
conspiracy
you
theories...
believe that 9/11?
I
Do you believe that 9/11 was an American
inside job?
ploy?
No,
and
no, I don't
they were
think
an inside job.
No, I don't think
Okay,
so.
I agree. I agree.
Yes,
Thank God.
that's actually a good one. Should we go through like a list of like popular conspiracy? Let me just try and Google like popular political conspiracy theories. That could be kind of fun as an exercise. Actually, I didn't reflect on that before. I don't have many. Oh, that's not what I typed. Popular political conspiracy. I don't have many conspiracy theories in that way. I think a lot of the conspiracy theories I have, that's because there are conspiracies. So I don't really believe in many of those. But let me see what Google has to say. That could be really fun to talk about. The Great Reset. The global elites are using climate policies to implement an authoritarian, socialist, one-world government. Are you familiar with that conspiracy?
No.
Yeah, neither am I. I haven't really heard about. Quez says you want to talk about how African countries are actively pushing their people out. They are? How are they doing that? Someone made this point when I talked about South Africa. Was it you that made that point, Quez? I think there was a point around that they intentionally impoverish the country so people leave to go to the West to like get education and stuff. Sorry, was that you that made that point? Because
I don't think you. Oh.
I was just checking because I can't remember who made that point. But I think the person then said that the reason why they do that is because then you have like an underclass of people in the country which you're able to easily exploit. I forgot who made that point. Quez, if it was you, please do let me know. I can't remember exactly, but I don't know if I buy into that. What do you think? Before...
I agree that, like, especially looking at Nigeria, I agree that they intentionally impoverish the masses so they can use mass political tools 100%. But I don't think they want them to leave necessarily, because you look at Nigeria, I mean, there have been instances where, I think during the Buhari administration, I remember this specifically, where I think the Saudi government came to recruit doctors from Nigeria. And then for some reason, the police show up at this recruitment center and start shooting. And it's like, are you really going to shoot people because they're trying to leave a shitty country that you've made?
Wait, so police showed up and started shooting them?
Yeah, shooting in the vicinity, so everyone had to like disperse, and it was like a whole very chaotic.
Oh.
Yeah, and also we've actually heard this administration openly say they want to find a way to, like, especially with doctors and healthcare providers, like if you get your degree in Nigeria, then at one point they're discussing passing a bill that would require you to stay in the country for X amount of years before you can try to leave. So I think they register that the brain drain is affecting the country, and I don't think they want that. But at the same time, they don't want to build a better Nigeria where these doctors actually are happy to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that. Quez's point seems to be that it kills two birds with one stone, and so like it gets rid of the people that are smart enough to want to overthrow the government, and then B, obviously, then it leaves like an underclass of people who are more easy to exploit. Quest on the point about it gets rid of the people that are like smart enough to overthrow the government. I don't know if that's true, because I'd say like once you're able to achieve any level of like, economic whatever you want to say in Nigeria, a lot of times once you go far enough, you kind of have to be folded into the establishment. Like a lot of people that are very educated in Nigeria form part of the elite class who are very much enjoying the fruits of government corruption, I'd say. So I don't know if that, I don't know how much I believe in that. And I think the other thing I'll say about that is that I don't know about South Africa. I think that's where you're from. The Nigerian government, trust me, these are not the smartest people in the world. They're not smart enough to come up with a theory of like, oh, if we intentionally make the country poor, people will leave. That means you're able to rule it. I don't think they think that far ahead. I think they think very simple and
No.
direct in terms of like, how do we rip off the country? It's really that simple for them. I wouldn't give them enough credit to be like, they're intentionally cultivating a level of like, or let's just let enough people leave because these are the people that will be against us. They don't care. They're not that smart, unfortunately. Anyway,
Did you see the thing about the fake ministry, like the fake?
Oh yeah, I saw that the guy that made and he was able to
Yeah.
get money from the CBN and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how true that is. I feel like he's just someone that's falling out of favor with.
No, it's true. It's true. So the government is trying to deny it, but he was in their budget. Like he's in the government.
No. So
budget.
what I'm saying is like I don't know how true it is that he set up a fake ministry. My theory about what happened with that situation is that he was someone that was in the favor of the government and maybe he had a falling out with them or whatever, and now he's not in favor anymore. So they're trying to like basically discredit him by saying, actually, we never knew anything about this. I think they knew about it before. Like now, that's my theory anyway. Like now
Yeah.
that he's not like their boy anymore, they're trying to get rid of him, and this is how they're gonna do it by saying this agency was fake. We have no clue what you were doing. I don't believe that happened. That's my theory anyway.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Let's keep the
Did you
keep the conspiracies coming.
did
in
you
the chat
also
or
follow
questions.
Did you follow the Senator Natasha saga that was happening like last year?
Yes, I did. Yes. What was your take? Because I'll let you say what you think. For context, we're talking about Nigeria, and we're just doing like kind of random political topics. So again, if you have any topics you want to talk about, so Mabs just asked me a question about Burkina Faso, which I have no clue about Burkina Faso. The only thing I know about Burkina Faso is that Burkina Faso is the country that has the young guy that's the dictator, right?
Traore.
What's his name?
Ibrahim Traore.
Traore.
Ibrahim Traore.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know the UN put out there, so I couldn't possibly tell you. Mabs, what do you think? You tell me what you think. Because again, I have not much knowledge about this. So all I know about like Burkina Faso is I feel like this guy, everyone loves him now. He's meant to be so amazing. I don't know if I love him that much. Do you have much love for this Burkina Faso guy?
At first, but I haven't really seen any results from what he's doing. And I think oftentimes we're so quick to celebrate like an anti-imperialist, leader automatically, and we give them a lot of like, social credits or trust, public trust. But I'm yet to see the result of what he's actually doing in Burkina Faso.
I concur with that. Like you said, I agree with that. I think all you see about Burkina Faso tends to be fancy Twitter graphics.
Right.
You don't see any actual results. And I'm actually seeing some troubling situation where I think they also have a terrorism problem of like Islamic
They have
fundamentalism, which is not so great. So I don't.
But
Really
I mean,
know.
in his defense, I have seen him go after extremist imams, which I think is an action that's needed, and I haven't seen like the Nigerian government do that, for example. And I think that's definitely one of the steps to curbing the Islamism and the terrorism that we're seeing in northern Nigeria. He's actually openly gone after radical imams, so that's one thing I think I'll commend him for that I've seen recently.
Yeah, it hasn't been. I guess how long has it been? Is it 3 years or is it 2? I think it's 3 years. No, that he's been in there. Israel and the U.S. war machine. He gets the presidency. Khalid says the current system of advanced distance itself from Israel and the U.S. war machine. Oh yeah. Vance is gonna try and do the whole peacetime candidate stuff. I don't know if I believe in that yet. But that's kind of why he's negotiating with Iran. I think to try and burnish his peace lover credentials, which again I'm not falling for. But we'll see how true that becomes. I don't know how many Nigerians are in the chat. When you asked me about Natasha earlier, Natasha, the senator.
Yeah.
It's a crazy situation because obviously what happened to her, what seemed like happened to her, it's not great. Harassment at work and whatnot, but everyone was rallying around her like some kind of global champion of people and stuff like that. I wouldn't go that far, guys. Obviously, we don't want that kind of stuff to be happening to everyone. Natasha was this senator in Nigeria. She was a female senator, and she was basically.
Oh, so Natasha was a female
Yeah, go on. Yeah, you can
senator,
explain
and
it.
she accused the Senate president. Oh, yes, she's a female senator, one of the very few, I think, one of 4 senators in the entire Senate. And she accused. But you need to know that she's very beautiful. I think that's also a major part of the
She's very
story.
beautiful.
She's very beautiful. No, she is.
Let me
And
look her up. Oh, she's very pretty.
she accused, from Kogi State. She accused the Senate president of sexually harassing her and like requesting favors in order to get her bills heard, in order to get the kind of policies and the kind of things that she was trying to, put forward heard in the first place. And she just narrated, and she did this on national TV, and I watched it in real time, like live. She narrated how it played out, how he took her on a tour around his house and essentially made a proposition to her and said, we can do this and we can do that. And she was with her husband actually on that occasion. And the fact that her husband, and I personally was rallying behind her, because if she could be victimized in this way, someone of her position, her husband is equally I think he's also a senator if I'm not mistaken, but her husband is a very powerful, quote unquote, man in Nigeria. And this was happening in his presence, right? And she finally came out on national TV and said, this is what he's been doing to me. She's given a committee, essentially the committee that's in charge of like our natural resources and like earth minerals and stuff. And when she stopped obliging the senator and his attentions, she was removed from that committee. And she, on national TV, she shared what she was doing in the committee. She shared that when she came in, there was 0 money in the committee's accounts. And when she was leaving, I think they had like, I can't remember how much she said they had, but they had a significant amount in the account. And she explained that people in the committee would come to her and say, oh, ma, we typically reserve this money and we share it with ourselves for XYZ. And she wasn't willing to pay those. And she actually brought the accounts with her on national TV and said, these are the accounts. This is how much we had when I came in.
Wow.
This is how much we had when I left. So I definitely respected her, and I thought it could be the start of a bigger movement, right? Of being able to look at these people in power in the eyes and say, enough, you're not going to victimize me, I'm not going to be scared. And they tried to intimidate her in so many ways. Obviously, I don't know if you saw the spectacle that happened on the floor of the Senate, where they would mute her mic, she would speak out, they would mute her mic. Eventually, she was suspended, even though the court had ruled that you can't suspend a sitting senator because you're doing their constituents a disservice because they're elected. So you can't suspend them for, I think, 6 months. I think was her suspension period.
Yep. I'm just
Threats were made to her life. Exactly, she was an amazing, brave woman. Threats were made to her life, and then her people, the people of Kogi Central, were on her side. So she wanted to hold a rally and meet with them, and mind you, she's been doing a lot within her community. She's been building things. She's been supporting the community. She's been doing so many initiatives. So she was like, she wanted to hold a rally, and the government was like, no. In fact, we're putting a lockdown kind of where people can't come in or leave Kogi Central. So she flew in on a chopper.
Is that why she flew?
If I can't drive in now, sorry.
I was wondering why she did the helicopter thing. I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, because they had put roadblocks preventing her from driving in. So she's like, I'm going to fly in.
She's not like the typical corrupt looting politician you're saying.
What it appeared to be is she's someone who came in and tried to go against the grain, and they punished her for it, is what it sounds like. Yeah.
I just read. I didn't realize she's mixed race. My mom is Ukrainian.
Oh yeah, she's mixed race. I think Russian and Nigerian, if I'm not mistaken.
Very interesting. Ukrainian, but yeah, very interesting. Again, I don't know enough about her to comment on a political position. Nigeria is one of those interesting countries that don't really have like political. Dogu Billions wants to join. They have like like how we have like conservative and socialist and progressive. We don't really have that in Nigeria.
There is no ideology, just vibes.
That's so hilarious.
Just vibes.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Odogu. Hey, I'm okay. I forgot what I was even. I
Wait,
was
sorry.
rushing up here to say
Before you
something.
continue, what were we meant to call you?
Oh, what do you mean?
What should I
You
call?
can call me Odogu. You
Odogu,
can call me Odogu.
No,
What
no,
do you
I can't. I
mean?
can't do that. I'm sorry. No,
What?
why?
I can't do that.
Is this misogyny I
This
smell?
is giving misogyny.
It's not. It's not. No,
Like,
if he was a guy, I would also refuse to call him that as well.
What
I
does Odogu
doubt
even
it.
mean?
Huh?
I doubt it.
Why would I
What does
call? Why,
Odogu
why,
even
why would I
mean?
call
I'm not
another
even
man that? That's
sure.
even more. That's even worse. Why would I
What
be
does it
calling?
mean? Like,
I
what
think
does it
it's
actually
like
translate to?
Yeah, I'm not even
like
sure.
what it's like all these titles, but it's like a title that they give to like strong men and whatnot.
Yeah, man,
It means
Odogu.
it
Her
means
name's
it
Odogu.
means
Call her
great man,
Odogu.
hero, champion, or leader. How are we calling someone
Yeah, and
else
I'm
my
a
leader?
champion. So what are we talking
No,
about?
it doesn't. I'm sorry. I
Wait,
can't.
AJ, where are you
I can't.
from?
I'm
So I
I'm
can
Yoruba.
interpret this misogyny
I'm
well.
not. It's not about misogyny. I said I wouldn't call a guy that as well. It's like
What like
it's
what are
like
all those?
someone comes in here and says like their name is King. I'm not calling you King. You ain't my king. No
Why
way.
not?
No, because you're not my king. I'll call you by. I'll call you something else. That would just be strange.
Yeah,
That would be bizarre.
Nigerian men and ego because
It's
I
not.
don't get.
It's not about ego. It's just anyway. It
But
doesn't really matter.
it's just a joke.
I know. Make your point. I'm listening. Tell me what you think. Do
I'm
you
trying
know
to.
much about this Natasha lady?
Oh, yeah. I was living in Nigeria when the whole thing happened.
Oh, okay.
Actually, funny enough.
Nice.
So yeah. But what I was even going to say, the thing that made me really angry was that her female colleagues were talking down on her. I don't know if you saw those clips like curated. Like they
Senator
were just basically.
Ireti.
You said?
Senator Ireti Kingibe.
Yeah, and like a few of them, they were just basically trying to downplay what happened. But if you remember, I think it was like 10 years prior to the Natasha thing, somebody else had accused Akpabio of doing the same thing. So I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
he
why.
has a string of accusations of him doing this. So I believe her because he's done to other people too. And yeah, Odogu is right because when she came out, the minister for the FCT, Senator Ireti Kingibe, when she came into office, we saw a man, Wike, who is the minister for the FCT, really bully her and try to intimidate her. And a lot of women, including Senator Natasha, stood up for her and said, "This is wrong." So Natasha has been very consistent in supporting women. And when it came to her being victimized, those same senators were not willing to support her. And I was also Odogu, I agree. I was so disappointed and so disgusted by them. And I think I'm not going to forget come 2027.
But I think a lot of them will probably be like, they have a lot of pressure themselves, right? If they go against the Senate president and stuff, you can make life very difficult for them as well, and maybe they'll lose their jobs. The politicians care most about their jobs, right? So them trying to do some kind of feminist solidarity is probably not going to be on their agenda, right? Like, they think
But
they have bigger
Natasha
fish
was
to
willing to
fry.
do it for them.
Yeah, true. I mean, I guess she's also. I think are those other senators? I'm guessing they're all APC members as well, right? That probably also plays a factor.
No, she is PDP, if I'm not
No, I don't.
mistaken.
I don't
I
mean.
think she's
I don't mean Natasha. I meant like. Oh, you mean Ireti is
It
PDP?
means like her colleagues.
Yeah, I
no,
think.
Natasha
Yeah,
is PDP.
right. I'm talking about the
Her
colleagues that is.
colleagues, yeah, they're mostly APC.
Yeah, they are. So that does track.
And
That's
do you know
true.
what's even crazier?
Mhm.
The thing that caused the original rift, the argument on the Senate floor, which is about seating and her mic being turned off. The Senate president had been in that same position and got even more aggressive. There's actually the footage, you can actually find it online, of him actually arguing and causing a scene, and it was a whole thing. And the difference was the leadership. So at the time, the Senate president then was Saraki, Bukola Saraki. And Saraki calmly explained to him, he was like, "Sir, calm down. I'll have the Senate clerk come and explain to you because you came late, or because that your seat was moved here, and he explained to him calmly." And then Senator Akpabio at the time then said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, blah blah blah." But he wasn't even willing to give like watching their interaction. He was on a clear power trip and was just being so arrogant. And it's just ironic that we literally have a point of reference of him doing the exact same thing he was trying to victimize her for doing. Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, because I think didn't the whole thing start off with him saying that she's acting like this is a club or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that? Like,
yeah. They're like, "Excuse me, this is not a club," and she didn't
yeah.
like the fact that he made that club reference,
Chris.
considering he had been
Chris
making
is sending those
sexual
gifts.
propositions to her.
Hello, Pris. How are you? Thank you for all the soccer hat and mustache. I don't even know what all those mean, but it says 45 cents. We're making money. Quest made a point about women have become the what was that? The enforcers of patriarchy, and I was gonna shake the table and start doing a patriarchy conversation. But I think you're both Nigerian, right? A lot of comments are made online, like like feminism in Nigeria. That's like a really hot topic on social media, which I try to follow quite a lot of because I'm just interested in these kind of conversations more generally. But I think Nigerian feminism as I don't know, is it a strain of feminism you might say now? I don't know if you guys identified as feminists when you were living in Nigeria, or if you just kind of fell more into it when you kind of left the country. I have a lot of sympathy
No, I
for
think
the position of feminism in Nigeria, but I think it's also quite difficult. Anyway, sorry, go on. Let's say something.
Oh, I kind of think that like true feminism in Nigeria requires a lot of privilege, considering like the structure of how it is. Does that make sense? No, it's very unfortunate though, because so that's why I think, in as much as sometimes I do get sad when I see so much internalized misogyny, I get it because it's really like a survival thing, and me being like practicing feminism or doing things that are feminist
Yep.
is because I have that privilege
Right.
essentially to be able to. So I think that's where my sympathy comes when it comes to it. But I think that there are a lot of women who are actually very feminist, but I don't think the country and its structures give enough room for it essentially. But yeah, curated. I think you wanted to say something.
I think Appa just joined. I don't know if he's on the live or not, but yeah, Appa, you missed the earlier conversation around China being at the world superpower and what the world would look like. That was a very interesting conversation. Appa, I think you'd have liked it. But yeah, I agree with Odogwu. I think being a feminist in Nigeria definitely has to come with some privilege because you need some level of insulation to be able to even advocate in any form. Which is why, seeing someone like Natasha being victimized in that way was very concerning to me because if they can do that to her, then what about the average Nigerian woman? But I also feel like in some ways the feminist movement in Nigeria is like getting a bit misplaced and losing like some priorities in some ways. But for the most part, I think Nigerian women, especially the younger ones, are really waking up and seeing how bad our mothers and our grandmothers and our aunties had internalized misogyny, and really starting to being able to identify those situations, label them, and now try to like heal and move away from those kind of scenarios. So we saw our moms say things like, "Oh, if your husband is cheating, it's okay," or just stay for the children. Like there's a lot of like deconstruction, I think is what they're calling it now.
Yeah.
And a lot of women are now like not willing to tolerate what their mothers,
I've gone through.
had to tolerate and what we're doing. Yeah. So I think feminism movement in Nigeria is impressive.
My armchair position on it right now seems to be like, I think it's still stuck in the gender essentialism stage, which I guess is kind of there's a lot of anger around how bad the situation is, which is totally understandable. But a lot of it then tends to be like, well, what I see online anyway, by like the anointed leaders of feminism in Nigeria, whoever those people are, it tends to always then go towards like these things are bad because men are bad inherently, which I think is not really that sophisticated of a position. Odogu thinks it's not a great representation of the general movement. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh yeah, sorry. No, I think that Nigerian feminism that is portrayed online is not a great representation because a lot of them are still like privileged takes. Because if you think about it, most of the people really suffering under like those patriarchal norms don't have access to the internet or as much as those who do. And I think that's why like Nigerian feminist takes are very oftentimes like almost kind of bastardized to dating, like man, woman, like all those kind of topics, like, oh, who's going to pay on the first date? Should we like buy your wig? Like very like, I think it kind of like deteriorates what's going on. And then I also think that like there are people on ground who are doing these things, but they're not amplified, right? And I think they always have like misplaced remember that conversation curated when those girls were basically like, oh, Mercy Johnson should be buying pads. And when we were talking about restructuring of the government and like all of that stuff, they were kind of pushing back. I think that's why like people don't, one, I think the issue is that a lot of the people that come online to have these feminist talks are very privileged, and so it shifts the way they're having the conversation because they already have a lot of the rights that a lot of women in the country do not, you know, necessarily have.
Yep.
Do you get? So things that are basic and normal to them are like they're not really processing that it's not basic and normal for many women in Nigeria. Like, and I think because we don't do enough data analysis and collection and also distribute and test it and do like any like form of that as much, things get watered down. Like people don't realize the like how crazy things are. Like I was reading an article, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, about, and this was still from like 8 years ago, and basically they're talking about how as of that time Nigeria accounted for 25% of FGM globally. Like Nigeria is one country, right? And it's the same with like maternal deaths, things like that, like so many different like things. But people, because like if you told someone that, they'd be like, oh no, it's just limited to this place and that place. And I think people also fall into the propaganda of certain things. Like people will be like, oh, it's only in the north that this thing happens, it's only in the south that these things happens, and so they distance themselves to it more and more, and it doesn't mean make it less of a problem because it's not in close proximity to you.
Right. So one of my earlier guests came back, right? I guess he kind of took the fact that we're just having random conversation. What did he ask me? He says, and again, he said this. He said, what do you think about African women having wigs of hair that don't look like them? I said I'm going to ask the ladies on stage.
I saw that question. Odogu, do you want to go first?
He says, please let me.
Oh no, you can go. I've been chatting. I don't mind answering after you.
This guy's not serious.
Personally, I think, okay, I'll talk about my personal experience and I'll talk about like perhaps societal consequences. Personally, I've experienced, like I wear my natural hair, I wear braids, I wear wigs, I do it all. And I recognize how differently the world treats me when based on how I look, right? And it's like I think we're being I think we put this unfair burden on Black women when we try to alter or enhance our looks, because every group and every ethnicity does this, right? Iran is the plastic surgery capital of the world, believe it or not. But they have, like, in Iran, virtually every woman by 20 has had a nose job.
Really?
I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. Google it.
Yeah, it's true. Because if you see their natural noses, like
so it's like every like Jewish girls also. A lot of Jewish girls, by the time they turn 15, 16, they've gotten their first nose jobs. But when a Black girl get, oh, you hate yourself. Oh, why can't you just love it? Oh, you're so we put this and it's almost. It almost seems like an ironic, like sadistic standard in the sense that Black girls are punished for these same things, but yet you want to like guilt them into like conforming into a position. I don't know. I'm not like articulating myself properly. But
So
the
Mark,
point I'm trying to make is,
go on.
sorry, go on.
I was just saying,
Sorry, go on.
Mark just said that your point about every ethnicity doing something similar is different because they wear wigs with hairs that look like theirs and not like straight hair, which is different.
Iranian girls change their noses to a shape that isn't ethnically theirs.
Oh, okay.
Jewish girls do the same thing. Jewish girls straighten their hair to have that to move away from that coarse, thick curled typical Jewish hair. So the point I'm making is there's a global, whether we like it or not, there's a global beauty standard. So why do you want to put the burden on only Black women? And other men don't do this. If anything, other men from those cultures encourage their women to like achieve said standard, right? But for some reason, Black men are so punitive. I think that's what they're like so punitive. Like, oh, how dare you? Why are you even trying? Why are you trying to participate in this global standard that every other woman is doing? So I can't. I personally don't subscribe to it.
Is that not a different perspective though? Like that's not like them saying when you say punish, that sounds like they're mad that you're doing. I think again, if we're talking about it, right? But I think the point here is about the fact that it shows a kind of, I don't know, disappointment. Is that the right phrase? In our own hair. The convenience point is well taken, by the way. I do my own hair, and I'll be honest, it's a bit of a faff. I don't know if they invented wigs for men. Would I wear it? Perhaps I might. I'll be honest. It's a very long thing doing your hair. But I think we're talking more about the kind of the view of like, I don't know. Is it not different? Is what I'm trying to say. Like the point you're making about punishment. I don't think they're like disappointed. I think it's, if anything, if there are more men saying like you should be wearing wigs, I think that would be strange, right? Like if they're saying why you not wearing more of that kind of hair, that would be strange because the point. And maybe there are some men that say that, right? Wouldn't that be a bad thing because they're trying to say like you should be wearing hair that you can't naturally grow yourself, right? Isn't that worse?
I think the same way other men from other cultures encourage their women to be happy and do what makes them happy. I think black men should do the same. Like, where is this standard or expectation coming from in the first place that you're now disappointed? Like, why can't you just support your women in what they want to do? Jewish men are very happy to pay for their wives' plastic surgery. Jewish men also. Jewish men are very happy to buy their wives $10,000 wigs because Orthodox Jewish women have to cover their hair, so they most of them wear wigs to cover their hair. They were willing to buy them $10,000 wigs. So the point I'm making is, it just seems like we put this burden on black women to maintain this standard that we know they're punished for. So yeah, personally, I want to do with my hair, man.
Yeah, and I hear it. I don't know how much of a men versus women thing I guess it is, or I want it to be. I genuinely, again, I actually don't know. All the guys I know, I think I'd say again, maybe I speak for myself here. Like, I don't really mind either way. But I guess if a girl was saying like she wants to wear more of her hair and stuff, I think that's great. I guess the point here would be like, isn't there something just negative about, from a cultural perspective, like a social perspective? Again, I'm not talking about the convenience and the practicality of it. Like, does it say something more that we do that? Is kind of the point. But anyway, what do you think? I think there you go. Oh, sorry.
I think the reason why this conversation quickly deteriorates to a gendered conversation is because this rhetoric and this narrative often comes from black men. They're the ones trying to compare us to other women and say, well, look at these other women, they're wearing their natural hair, so how come you're not doing it? And at the same time, those men will date women that have lip fillers and that get nose jobs and get BBLs, and they're okay with that. But as a black girl, the minute you wear hair extensions or you wear a wig, on
the point of BBL, sorry, any guy in the chat right now, can you guys tell me which of you actually like a BBL? I don't know anyone in real life that actually likes this. I'm confused. Who likes
different kinds of BBLs? There's different kinds of BBLs. There are lots of women that have very minor transformations, are very natural, very subtle. I think that's the word, subtle, and they look good, and men love it. It's like, let's be real.
Maybe
every man online says, oh my god, I don't want a BBL.
Maybe I don't know it's a BBL. I've never seen a BBL that I liked ever. Like, ever in my life.
I've seen some women with good BBLs.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe you're the first one.
I was even gonna say, like, outside of a gender thing and outside of the desirability politics attached with like wigs and stuff like that, I also think just from a societal perspective, like, it has been ingrained that like your hair is not good enough. It's like even the whole thing of why like men feeling like they have to wear low cut, like some men just won't grow out their hair, or they feel like you don't look professional if you grow out your hair, things like that, or they just assume that you don't have sense. And then what else? I think there's also like, and even like for girls, like being told the same thing, like either depending on like what kind of school you went to, either they told you to barb your hair, or you had to like always have your hair braided in a very particular way. And if it just looked if you just had any form of like texture or anything, or like let's say your hair grew out, they'll be like, oh, your hair is not looking good, you should relax it. Like, and when you become of a certain age, they tell you like, you should relax it, you need to make your hair. Like that whole concept of having to make your hair being very like cultural, like you don't look put together if your hair is not made.
All right, I just brought Mark up because Mark was the one that actually started this topic, and maybe you speak to you guys directly. Now, again, let's keep it respectful. Let's not start yelling at each other, please. But it's always fun to have some people that disagree on both sides.
Yeah, some back and forth.
Yeah, it's always nice. Anyway, Mark,
Yeah.
I'll let you start.
Yeah. Yeah, before I say anything, first of all, like I want you guys to know that, like, for me, I'm in the US, and for me, black women are just the most beautiful women in the world. I'm actually serious. It's my
I
type.
do not believe you. It's just
Black
funny
women.
to me. I don't know. That start is just hilarious.
No, no, I'm actually serious. Black women are my type. I like their lips. I like their body. Everything about black women is just, when you see a black woman, you're just drawn to her.
Okay.
It's the truth.
Okay.
Okay. One of the girls brought up a point that guys will still sleep with girls who have BBLs. Sister, guys will sleep with anything. I don't know how old you are, but by the time you're 16, you should know that guys will literally sleep with anything.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Guys are just animals. That's just the truth. And sometimes girls see it and think that, oh, guys like it. Okay, for my personal opinion on wigs, right? I believe that every woman should wear wigs, right? White women wear wigs, they wear extensions. Every woman should wear. It's hard getting up every morning and doing your hair. Maybe you have kids, you have a job, you have a family and everything. The problem is wearing wigs that look like your hair, right? If you have a braided wig, right, a wig with braids, you can put it on and go to work. You can put it on and go to work. I've seen
a braided wig does not
I've seen
sound
wigs
nice.
like that the hair is not straight.
A braided wig does not sound nice.
I mean,
I don't know if I've seen it. Does not sound good.
It's because
be honest.
It's because you're only used to the straight hair thing, right?
Fair
I
enough.
personally believe that these straight hair wigs is a status symbol for these black girls to feel like they are better. Oh, I have wig. This 1,000. I have human hair. This that. It's actually,
the
and
bragging
it comes
about,
from
like, the quality of
self-hate.
it.
Yes, and it comes from self-hate. That is just the truth.
See,
It comes from slavery and
self-hate in
colonialism.
the sense of, like, they don't
Self-hate in the sense
like
that they're
their
trying
hair.
to achieve this. No, it's not that they don't like your hair. It's that they're trying to achieve the status that the white woman has in society. The white hair, right? It's all over Hollywood. It's what is portrayed as the female beauty standard. Like she said, it's all because at the end of the day, what she said she made a very good point that men also have these things, right? If you have dreadlocks and you go to corporate America, the churches, they'll think you're dumb, or if you're this, if you're that, you're that. But the one thing black men don't do, but the one thing that black men don't do, they don't go and wear hair that looks like a white man or a Chinese man's own. Like they're authentically
So,
themselves.
Mark, I guess, Mark,
And
I
when-
guess I would say, if it's a situation where it sounds like you're admitting that they might get treated differently if they have their hair. So isn't that more like that's not their fault then, right? Then they have to conform because they don't
No.
want to get treated differently.
No. If you are authentically black, right? They are doing it as a status symbol, right? That's why I said that the point where they said they might get differently is when your hair is bushy, right? Then they might say, oh, maybe you're not looking neat today or whatever. But if you wear a wig or if you do braids that look like presentable, they're not gonna disturb. Bro, this is the truth, but they're not gonna disturb you anyway. They're gonna instead be like, oh, like, bro, these people think that black people are cool, even though we have a lot of our problems. They're gonna be like, oh my god, like, is that your hair? It looks so beautiful. And black women always change their hair like every 2-3 weeks or whatever. So it's always I mean, you always see in the office, they'll always be complimenting you and everything like that. So I feel like it's because when you study history, black men used to do these things also. When you go and read, you go and listen to the jazz bands and listen to those old musics on YouTube. You see where black men straighten their hair and they did the side part and everything. Even if you go and like read American history, some black men used to straighten their hair, wear wigs to like look presentable and look in white, like to be in white society, right? But the minute black men changed, black women did not, because the beauty standard, and it's very sad to say this, because at the end of the day, the world considers black women as less, like at the bottom of the beauty standard. That's just the truth.
At the bottom, that bottom
Yeah,
is very strong.
the world, not also, not me, because me, I love black. Black men can easily seduce me, but
But
the
Mark,
world.
I want to hear something that is not like sexual that you actually like about black women.
Culture, bro. Culture. Personally, me, I'm from Cameroon, but the part of Cameroon that I'm from is very. In fact, we used to be part of Nigeria. So, but with Cecilia decided to join Cameroon. So it's like I'm from the English part. So I'm very close. In fact, I can basically say I'm Nigerian because I watch the same Nollywood movies, listen to the same Afro beats, everything. Like culturally, a black woman just understands me more, right? I can bring my problems to her. She'll know what I'm talking about. Especially if you're living here in the West, right? Culturally, even sexually, everything.
Mark, just to make sure I'm again fully understanding your policy. Earlier, you and I maybe had some disagreement on me understanding your point, just so I can present it to the ladies on the stage. Do you think a good portion of the reason why they still wear, I guess, straight hair wigs? You don't have a problem with wigs that look like our hair, like I don't know, Afro wigs
I have
and
a problem
stuff.
with that.
You're fine with that. But you're saying the straight hair wigs, part of it is them trying to conform to a Western beauty standard. And you think
exactly
this is actually a negative thing because it kind of shows a kind of like self, like not self appreciation. Basically, is what you're saying,
bro. You're speaking facts, and it down.
No, I'm saying what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. And subconsciously, I don't want to swear here, but it messes you up as a black person because you don't have that confidence, bro. Because every time you put on that wig and you take pictures and you post on Instagram, deep down when you sleep at night, when you get up at 2 a.m. and you're in your thoughts, you know that is not you.
All right, let me present that position to the woman then the way you've described it. Curated, do you want to start and give your thoughts, respond?
I mean, I think there's some projection, and I like the point that Ojogu made. Like, it really got me thinking about the fact that, and AJ, you also made that point. The truth is, 4C hair is hard to deal with. Like, let's just keep it book, right? And when I hear most men say, "Oh, love your hair," da da da, most black men don't deal with their hair. They cut it short. So if more black men had their hair out and having to maintain it and having to, comb, detangle, moisturize, wash, regularly, then I'd hear it. But most black men don't deal with their hair. They keep their hair short.
Many black men have braids and dreadlocks and twists. What are you talking about? Most black men grow their hair.
But who do you see the majority of black men just have like a low cut? I think that seems true, doesn't it, Mark?
Even if the majority of black men have a low cut, if we're being technical here, the low cut doesn't even enhance the look. They're just being
the point is not about enhancing. I think the point she's making is about that makes it really easy to do. Like, you just get up, brush your hair.
Then why don't you
have a low cut?
Then why don't you just wear why don't you just wear the wig that looks like your hair?
Okay,
so I do wear it, but again. So for me, I like I said, I don't know if you're here on the live when I said that I wear my hair in its natural state. I wear braids, I wear wigs, I wear kinky wigs, I wear straight wigs. And the truth, and I live in the West. The reality is, people do treat me differently based on my hairstyle. I've seen it happen in real time. I experienced it. In fact, actually, I had a conversation with my cousin recently where I didn't wear my hair out to work for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to my wig because I'm tired of feeling invisible. And when those words came out my mouth, it made me realize, I was like, yeah, like for the past 2 weeks, I have felt invisible. I felt like I didn't have the words for it, but I did feel invisible. And when I put that wig back on and started styling my hair the way I usually do, I did not feel invisible anymore.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
What's your question?
The question is, you said people treated you differently. So who treated you differently? The Western society, right?
Yeah, society.
Exactly. That's exactly my point I'm saying. It goes back to slavery. It goes back to slavery. Just give me a second. Let me finish. It goes back to slavery, right? In the slave house, there was a group. I don't want to get like nasty here, but there was a group of people that they were violated by the slave master, so they were mixed race, right? And so the mixed race people got more rights than the normal dark black people, right? And it created this hierarchy where even when black people wanted to revolt, those mixed race people, because they got treated better, they put those revolutions down because of how society treated them better. They wanted to be closer to the whiteness. You understand what I'm saying? You're saying exactly the same thing, but in a different kind of view, where you're saying that by me putting this wig and adopting to Western standards of beauty, I'm being treated better by society, so I'll maintain this my advantage, and I feel seen, and I get this attention from men. You understand what I'm saying? It's kind of different, but it's in your
Very
subconscious.
interesting angle.
It's in your subconscious. You don't think of it, but it's actually in your subconscious,
So you,
right?
No,
And that's
I do think of it, but what I'm saying is I don't want the burden of having to prove a point. That's what I'm saying. I do understand the social consequences, but what I'm saying, in the same way Jewish girls who have naturally bigger noses or have coarser hair, or in the same way Iranian women that have, more, hump on their noses or whatever, right? Choose to transform themselves to be their best selves to navigate this
that's
world.
that's
No, sorry,
plastic
let me sorry,
surgery.
let me
That's a
fin- sorry,
different. That's a
sorry.
completely
Sorry, let
different.
me finish, please.
Mark.
No, it's not complete. It's not completely different. It's a means of conforming, right, and trying to meet this standard of beauty. So the same, and this is the undue burden I was talking about, where there's expectation that Black women just need to, yes, we need to brave, we need to be strong, we need to da 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 da, and resist the standard rather than conform. When every other woman is conforming, I don't see why we cannot conform too. I don't see why, if I think I want to have a nose job, mind you, now we have ethnic rhinoplasty, where they get where now you can get a nose job that suits your ethnicity, so they don't give you a pinched white nose like Michael Jackson. They give you one that's so black, so suits your features. I don't see why we cannot participate in that economy and that's like that ritual when every other race is doing it. Like, to me, it's slightly offensive, and it's an undue burden that I personally reject.
All right, let me
That's
sorry, Mark, give me a second. Let me get
Yeah.
someone else in, because someone mentioned about when she was in Nigeria. Can you come up, please?
Oh, it was me.
Yes, it was you. Oh yeah, you said when you were in Nigeria, a lot of men were asking
Yeah,
why you not wearing wig.
yeah. It was mostly men that asked me why I wasn't wearing a wig. Like, as if it was a problem, like I should be wearing a wig. They're like, "Oh, why don't you want to make your hair?" Right? And I have
In
locks.
Nigeria, it's a status symbol in Nigeria. Nigeria is
Exactly.
a
Yeah,
That's what I was
caste
saying.
society, so
exactly. Which
Those
was
men
what I
are
had mentioned
those men are
about
trying
it.
to buy you a wig so that they can, have their way with you or whatever.
Mark,
Um.
please.
Okay. I think even though the way it was said was somehow, but I think I there's something that can tie into it. I do think that one thing I do not like about the whole concept of like how wigs and these things are perceived as like class symbols is just because like it also kind of deteriorates the way women view their fellow women, because they still now tied the wig to like men, right? Because they're like, oh well, I am like a big girl compared to you because a man bought me a 2 million naira wig, and you're using like, a wig from the market or whatever it may be. And now like they're still like they're attaching it to class and attaching it to their proximity to men at the same time, and the type of men they can get, instead of like being focused on themselves. But then also too, what I was trying to say, yeah, like men ask me more than anybody. Huh?
No, not you, not you, not you.
Okay. And then yeah, men ask me more. And then I think another thing that I had mentioned earlier in the chat was that I think colorism and texturism plays a lot into it as well. So like from the colorism standpoint, I had mentioned this before in a previous conversation, wasn't here, about how I when I thought about it deeply, I feel like being natural was easier for me because of complexion, because of that colorism. So then now it's like I was alleviated of that. But I feel like one thing I've noticed in Nigeria, especially if you're like a dark skinned woman, there's even like an increased need to almost kind of like adhere to certain beauty standards
Right.
that I think is, yeah, like it's something that I've noticed. There was even one girl I saw, she did a video and she was talking about how she was wearing her natural hair and everybody in her office was basically pushing her to make her hair, right? Her boss even paid for her to get her hair done at a salon
Wow.
because they just like, and that's reinforcing the idea that your hair is not good enough. She just had her plain afro, her hair like looked moisturized, everything. There was nothing wrong with her hair at all. But I feel like, especially for the fact that like she was dark skinned, they feel that need, like, oh, your hair must be like, you feel that like inherent pressure to just like, attach to these like these markers of femininity, like these arbitrary markers of femininity. But I remember even for example, right? Like let's say in Nigeria, when I was natural, I'd be like, oh no, I don't want to relax my hair. And they're like, oh, that's fine. Already like your hair is soft, right? And to be honest, I don't like have what Nigerians would actually consider soft hair, but I feel like a lot of that like freedom was because of colorism as well. So all of those things also come into play.
And
Yeah.
I kind of want to highlight something, actually 2 points, which is why I want Appa to come up. Appa wears his hair in cornrows and he has a fro. And I saw him, there was a discussion earlier on about Black women having even our natural hair is over policed, right? Because when you have your hair messy, quote unquote, it's seen as unkept. In fact, we don't have a messy option; it's just unkept. But white girls can have like a messy bun or a messy look, and it's seen as cute and endearing. When Black women's hair is messy, it's just unkept, full stop. And I saw like Appa had a video recent. I don't know if it was recent or not, but it was on my FYP recently where he had his fro out. And it was just, to me, I liked how it looks personally. But he goes, excuse me, guys, sorry about my hair. And I was just like, exactly. Only like a Black woman that wears her hair out, like understands that. It's like what he's saying, right? But his hair looks okay to me. If it was a white girl, it would have been a messy, cute look. Sorry.
But you see
But,
how it looks.
so sorry. So that's one point I wanted to make. And the second point I wanted to make is the roles that secondary schools in Africa play with Black girls loving their hair, African girls loving their hair. Because as a heritage from colonialism, for some reason, most African schools, especially the public ones, still believe that you need to cut your hair, that your hair is a distraction from you in school. And even the private schools, you still have to have your hair braided down. So my primary school, for example, had a lot of expats, Igbo kids, quote unquote, but we're made to call them expats. So we had a lot of expat kids in my school, and they had their hair out. And there was a period in time where I had my hair out as well, where like I wasn't braiding my hair, I just combing my hair in an afro. And the number of times I was pulled out of class is actually disturbing. Thinking about it in hindsight, I was being constantly pulled out and saying, "Hey, when are you getting your hair braided? When are you getting your hair braided? When are you getting your hair braided?" Like it was seen as this like unkept, like why is your hair done? Where's your mom? Call your mom. Call her.
That's a very good point, by the way. Very good point.
Yeah. So like they caused so many scenes throughout. In fact, it was like, I think at one point I was even pulled from school picture, like from school picture day, like, oh no, hair isn't done. Da, 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 da. It's like there are white kids that come to school with wet hair, like literally dripping hair, because they just washed their hair that morning, and it's not serious, like it's not over policed, but somehow my afro is a problem. And we see that across, and this is a private school,
Right.
but in public schools you'd actually need to cut your hair full stop. So where is the space to love your hair? You've then become an adult, and people policing say, oh, your hair isn't done. Wait, you're wearing a wig. It's like, just give me space. Like give me,
Fair
you know.
enough. Yeah, it makes sense.
So yeah, that's
Mark,
my
before
2
you respond,
cents.
I need to let Kali go, but I also wanted to mention that I plan to. I'm start rotating because there's a few people that have requested to come up, and I can't have the thing looking too close.
Yeah.
Then
Can I just respond to her point?
Okay, very briefly though.
Can I just respond to her point real quick before I forget?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, very briefly. Yeah, I like her point of the secondary school thing, and it's all over our society, right? Even in like Nigerian movies, right? The native doctor is the bad person who does bad things, and then you go to church and you pray and they deliver you. But that was our own African spirituality that's been painted in a bad light. The way the same society paints our own hair in a bad light. Her point of how other people are doing it, why don't they involve themselves in this economy too?
Yeah.
They are also, the other people were also colonized. Let me know, it's not only Africa that was colonized, the Middle East was colonized too. They are all trying to abort to Eurocentric standards, right? They're all trying to sharpen their nose to look like white people. It is the same playbook. The fact that other women are doing, if I'm stealing, doesn't mean that you should steal too. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And then for the part of other women are doing it, bro, every woman, that's a very like unnecessary point, because every woman does makeup, right? Women just do things to enhance their beauty. But there's no woman on earth that goes and tries to look like another race. It's only black women. And I say this because when
so all the white girls that tan and get BBLs and lip fillers.
Let me finish. When you walk in the West, what these white women say about you, they don't say it to black women, but they'll come and say it to us like a joke. Tonight, we are this cool.
I wonder why they feel so comfortable saying it.
I don't know why.
I wonder why they feel so comfortable.
And it hurts.
I wonder why they feel so comfortable. How many real blondes exist? How many real blondes exist in society? Like half the adult white blondes are not even blondes. Like what are we talking about? People change how they look all the time.
let me let Kalik make his point. I think Kalik wanted to make a very good point about something, and
Yeah, listen, like I
I'm gonna
sympathize with
drop a
all
couple
your
of
points.
people. Kyrie, thank you so
I'll,
much for joining me. I really appreciate it. As always, we didn't argue this. I don't think we argue that much anymore. Signs of convergence of our positions. We'll see. And to try and make something else.
Yeah, I think we reached a what's called, I forgot that word now, a plateau. Well, I'll just say plateau for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining, though. As
Equilibrium.
always. All right. All right, Kalik.
yeah, so
What are you
like
trying to make?
I get literally everything they're saying. I do understand as a black
Thank you.
woman why it would be difficult to love your hair, but it kind of just feels like you're just admitting defeat. It's like, all right, things have been tough. People have made us to hate our hair, and I'm gonna do absolutely nothing towards trying to find a way to start loving my hair. Because if you're looking at your natural state in the mirror and you don't like it, and you're gonna change it to look like white people, it's like that's like finding a defense for people that bleach their skin. Like, what is the difference? Like, how far will you keep going? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
I mean, I think Appa has a difference of opinion to you on that point. So just to clarify, your point is that you kind of agree with Mark. Is that what I'm hearing?
no, and I agree with the girls. So obviously, like, if I was a black woman, it would be harder for me to be having these points I'm saying. It's easy for me because I don't have the same level of policing towards my hair that they have.
Right.
But just because things are difficult doesn't mean it can be difficult forever. You start to change now, bro. Like, our generation and the generations after us, we can start loving ourselves fully. But if we keep thinking like this, bro, the same problems we have now, we're gonna keep having them in 200 years, bro.
So you're saying that the women should not be wearing these wigs, basically. Not like you're forcing them.
I don't think so. If you will wear wigs, at least have it your natural texture. Like,
Oh, okay.
you see, I made that point earlier. Black footballers from France, francophone countries, there was that period when they were relaxing their hair.
Yeah.
Do you know how fucking stupid that shit looks? I feel in 100 years, maybe when this shit changes, black women will start looking back at this straight hair era and be like, bro, what the heck were we doing?
Oh,
But
okay.
again, I'm not, hating black women. I
Fair
guess
enough.
it's difficult,
Yeah.
Apologies for all that. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Appa, let me
We
get
love
your
black women.
thoughts.
I mean, like, I feel like what's her name? Odogo has already said in the comments. Like, when you say something like admitting defeat, it's as acting as if the onus is on you to fight against that thing and to just like bulldoze past these things, and not understanding how even these black men within these same communities as well do to a large extent contribute to these ideals. Because, like, generally speaking, like, within like our societies, across the multiple black societies that you have across the world, there is this why 4C hair seems to be hard to manage, in my opinion, is solely because of the barometer to which we raise it to for it to be acceptable. Like, and genuinely speaking, I really did catch myself saying this because I would go to work and I'll see my coworkers that their hair, they like, I know what their hair looks like, their white coworkers, I know what their hair looks like when it's done. I know what it looks like when it's not done. And then they come to work, they don't really say anything about, oh, I look this way. They come to work, they go out, they don't really feel aware about it. They do, I woke up like this, and they step out of their house. But me, when my braids start to get a bit frizzy, I'm like, oh my god, my hair is getting a bit messed up. I need to do my hair. That pressure of having to make this hair look in this particular way is what makes people think that 4C hair is so unmanageable. Because, before you can step out of your house, you have to wash, deep condition, do a twist, do this, do that, before you can say, oh, my hair is beautiful enough for me to step out of my house. And that's where this pressure comes from. And I think the onus of rewriting these like pressures is not a individual thing, just like, oh, white black women, just love your hair. It's like, okay, like, but that love and self-image is predicated on how I be made to see that thing in the first place. Curator gave a very like a poignant personal example as to how the society around her socialized her to actually see herself, so she doesn't feel comfortable seeing herself in that image. It's not going to be on her, or the others are going to be on her.
Right.
Like, rewrite that narrative. It is the narrative was written culturally, and it needs to be rewritten culturally. It's not an individual onus thing. One of the reasons why I even grew out my hair before, because throughout university I had short hair. I used to just get like in lineup, was because my mother keeps telling me how much she loves my hair. Like, literally, my mom tells me almost every, like, since I was a child, and even when I was about graduating, she would tell me, oh, why don't you grow out your hair? Your hair, you have really nice curls. I love your curls. They look very beautiful. The women around me will keep telling me this. And that's what made me feel confident enough to say I want to grow out my hair and I want to be doing braids. And I don't think we pour enough love to like black women in these ways, and expecting them to now all of a sudden did like throw away this self-image that
Yeah.
they've been made to have. When we keep on when we are the ones that are still reinforcing these things, you'll be like,
It's
oh,
2026, bro. There's
like you're
AI.
saying, like you're
So
saying.
so
There's
so
AI.
so
You
Mark,
should know.
Mark,
You should
are
know
you
those
wait?
things.
Question, Mark. Are you actively telling the black women around you how much you love their natural hair? Are you doing that?
Of course, of course. And I also grow out.
This guy's too funny.
I also listen. I also grow out my hair, so I know the pressure. I know how it's hard.
Right.
And I want to just respond to this guy. This guy made a very good point that he has been engineered into our psyche to make us feel like, oh my god, my hair is getting frizzy. Let me go and redo my hair. Let me go and. How was it engineered? 600 years of slavery and colonialism. That's how it
But
was
it's
engineered.
not so, like that's what I keep on saying. You keep pointing to slavery and colonialism, which is the genesis, but it's not the thing that is still culturally reproducing things.
That's why I'm saying
These
that
things,
it's
wait,
2026 right now.
these things
We
still
have
have.
AI. We can change these things easily.
What are we talking about? These things still have like real life as we are right now. They're still being culturally reproduced. It's not just one thing that happened in slavery and that's all that happened. One of the reasons why you saw a lot of black people having to conform these things is because like during like let's say like there's a video about Malcolm that not Malcolm X, sorry, and there's a Denzel Washington like film that he was dancing. His dad was like telling him why are you relaxing your hair? Like, why are you putting that chemical in your hair? And he was like, oh, because it's what's cool right now. And why does he think that though? It's because first of all, there's the stronger one where it's like you have people that are bad. Like Toyota's example was so poignant because to participate in these structures that dictate your life, whether it's school, whether it's work, whether it's just in general in society, like these perceptions are changed based on the way you do your hair right now. As that if you don't have your hair in a particular way and you go into societies, you will be treated very differently, even to some extent be bad out of these things. Like imagine going into because okay, let's say you go for an interview. Every first image, every first what's it called thing matters. And if you live in a society where you come with your natural hair and they see it as you being an unkempt person and you not being a neat person, that affects how you're going to then do your hair. Human beings are not we don't. You're not just able to make up ideas outside regardless of the context. Regardless of the social context, like you participate in that society.
It's true.
So it's not just slavery that happened 500 years ago. That's what I do.
Litha, I want to get
They
your
are
thoughts on this.
consistently being reinforced.
Mark, let me get Litha's thoughts before you go. Hello, Litha. How are you? Thank you for joining me. As always.
Hi everyone, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. What's your thoughts on this? You give us the South African angle perspective. You guys have it's interesting, but you guys have like a white minority, right? But I guess maybe they're overrepresented in business and stuff. So very interesting position.
Yes. You see, our thing here is we have a lot more fun with how we look, in particular how we do our hair. So we have a lot of bald-headed women. It's not uncommon to see a bald-headed woman. It's not uncommon to see afros and braided hairstyles. So in that sense, I'd say we're a little more forward in terms of, I don't know, being Afrocentric in the way we look.
Right.
But we're not immune to these issues. You know, we still have schools in the rural areas where kids are being made to, cut their hair and no braiding and this and that and very strict in how black hair is managed. So I don't want to create an impression like, oh, we're so far ahead and evolved from everyone else. That's not the case. My issue is, especially listening to the gents, ne? is we're always speaking about, oh, society, oh, acceptable, this is acceptable, not accept, as if, and we're always speaking as if we are not society. Do you know what I mean? So I like these questions where you're like, okay, well, are you telling Black women you like their hair and this and this and this? But also, this conversation really irritates me in the sense that as men and women, you know, Black people, we deprive ourselves of the ability and the freedom to be carefree and to be individuals, you know, in every sense of the word. In the way we want to speak, in the way we want to dress, in the way we do our hair, and it always comes down to conversations like this. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not negating the fact that there are some people who will wear straight wigs, and colored contacts and put on crazy accents like fake American or British accents to portray a certain image, right? But what I'm also saying is, on the flip side of that, you have so many white people. You have your Britney Spears, your who's this rapper guy? Your Post Malones, you have K-pop in Asia. All of these things that are based around a bastardization and making caricatures out of Black expression, right? And here we are stifling each other's self-expression, you know, and in the interim, everybody else is stealing our expression. They're stealing the way we speak, the way we dress, the way we carry ourselves, and turning it into something that it's not, and using it in the same way to, in some ways, to vilify us. Do you know what I mean? It's like this thing with dreadlocks.
So you think wearing, you know, straight hair wigs are just another part of genuine self-expression, and they don't really amount to any kind of like self-hatred? Is it like self-hatred? Some people say that.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, my issue is with the fact that we are always bringing it down to, oh, you hate yourself. Oh, you must hate yourself. Oh, this needs to be a deep conversation that you need to have with yourself. Listen to yourself. You need to read Lumumba. You need to know your culture and your heritage and where you come from. Black Queen, blah 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 blah. Do you know?
Okay.
You know all the stuff.
And you think it's not that deep?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be, because I want us to give ourselves space to breathe. And you know what? Like everyone else has, to breathe, to be stupid, to make mistakes, you know? So you can look back and be like, oh my God, why was I out here looking insane? Do you know what I mean? But we always have to nitpick and bully and like make each other feel anxious and uncomfortable. It does not have to be a conversation that has to be this deep, because at the end of the day, like at the end of the day, we should all realize that Blackness is not a monolith. Do you know what I mean? So if we're going to say afros, some people, like my aunt can't grow long hair. She's got very fine hair. So my aunt's hair doesn't grow the way my hair and my mom's hair grows. So if we're going to say now an afro this is an image of what a proud African person looks like. What about the people, everyone who doesn't fall into what that image looks like? And then now we're going to have another conversation about, oh, now those people are feeling marginalized and ostracized.
Lita,
And
I
then,
think
do you get what I mean?
I
Like,
think
it does
I
not
Pat
have
disagree
to
with
be.
you on the level of depth it is. So you're basically saying it doesn't have to be your whole entire thesis conversation on, how serious it is. I think Pat disagrees with you,
What,
so I want to hear from him on.
Because
see, my thing is, it doesn't have to be all the time. Do you get me? It's like when you're a teenager, like you depending on what your influence is, whether it's the books you read, the friends you hang out with, the media you're consuming, right? You could go through like a goth phase, and then your parents lose their minds and, oh my God, you're praising Satan, demons, whatever, and then you grow out of it, maybe, let's say, right? When you're like in your 20s, and then you're fine. You're wearing pink sundresses and life is good, life is cherry, whatever. Do you know what I mean?
I think I
So
get.
my thing
Let me get
is,
up and okay, go on. So yeah, I'll give you 30
okay,
seconds if
sorry.
you don't mind, please.
no, because like I feel like my own thing, and I think the main basis of all this particular thing is why do you hate the hair that comes out of your head? I don't think it's about styles or like you necessarily need to look in a particular way, but why do you not like the hair that comes out of your head? And like obviously, to some extent, there is like room for nuance within these conversations to say, okay, like if you want to then like wear another style, like that's all well and good. Even if you even want to even like accentuate that particular style. So if you have short hair and you want to just be doing braids, like that's even good in itself. But why do you not like the hair that comes from your skull? It literally comes from your head. Like that doesn't make that doesn't make that. Why are you not comfortable in that? That's where I think the base of the natural conversation is not about like looking in a particular way, because like for example, it's more like. For example, it's like you can even extend this to any version of like sort of natural states of blackness as in the spectrums that it exists in. For example, now if you're talking about like people speaking like their native language now, it's not saying that okay, if you don't speak your native language or like because we're saying that you should speak your native language, that if you speak English, we'll take you to the center of the town and we'll whip you. But more so that like why you can speak your language, but you don't feel comfortable speaking it in this particular context. Why do you have this sort of what's what I'm looking for? Shame attached to this particular thing. And if that's not the case, well, if that's not the case, of because it's one thing to say I like looking like this is my preferred way of looking, and then when I don't look like this, I feel shame. Like that's two different.
Yeah,
Like for me, for example, like when I like doing braids. I like braiding my hair. But if I have my afro and I go out, I'm not going to be like, oh my god, I hope nobody sees me. Oh my god, like because I still think I look beautiful irregardless. So it's one thing to be like, oh my god, I don't like a wig. I like wigs. I like the way they make me look. And another thing to then say that if I don't wear a wig, I do not feel comfortable in my own body. That's a very
good point.
and that's the context.
And Appa, my point is, my thing is this rush.
Yeah, that's so cute.
Especially, my point is this rush that a lot of people have to immediately see a wig, and think to immediately see a wig and acrylic nails and a stiletto heel and think, oh, okay, this person immediately you're trying to be white. Like why can it not just be
Sophistication.
the way this person, like you've just put it, the way this person wants to look? My issue is with the fact that there's this immediate rush. And especially with men, my issue is men will have all the smoke in the world and we'll have this conversation about wigs and looking natural and blah, 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 okay, with black women for 40 days and 40 nights. But the same men will then be with women who look exactly
Men will
like that.
sleep with anything,
Will
please.
be with
And
the
that men will
light-skinned
sleep with
women
anything.
with the 40-inch bust
I will not allow that
and
argument.
the acrylic nails and the BBL. Do you know what I mean? So it's like why is it that you feel you need to police this when it's on one body, but it's acceptable in another?
Leaders.
I mean,
Interesting.
like,
That's interesting. All right, wait, sorry, one second.
like, in as much
Let
as
me before you go. Quez just joined and she's been waiting patiently for a while, so I want to see where she stands on this before Quez has been very active in the comments, and honestly, Quez, I really appreciate your activities because you've been so active. I'm not actually sure what your position is, so now I actually want to hear it from you directly. If you don't mind letting me know what you think. You said so that men are hypocritical. Still typing away. What did you say? Go on.
So I think there is. I think for me, wearing wigs is just so much easier than having to deal or having to prepare my hair in the morning. I wear wigs, and it just makes my life easier because generally, this is where I've thought about this many times, and this is where my mind has gone. That to be a black woman, there's so much labor associated with it, and so I don't judge myself for saying, with this one thing, let me just, just take something off my plate. I don't really have to think about it. I just get up, wear my wig, and go. Unlike if I had to do my natural hair. Because also, even if you have natural hair, there's a certain kind of natural hair that is considered presentable,
Right.
Like, I could never be able to, as a man, here in South Africa, I don't know, I see it happens mostly in like UK, USA, like you can go with your hair and you don't have to manipulate it much. But even if I wear my natural hair, I have to comb it or I have to lather it with creams, get some coils in there. So it's labor intensive. So it's so much easier to wear a wig.
Interesting. Fair enough.
That is my thought
That's your take.
process.
Okay.
And so women also, remember, they don't exist in a vacuum. You asked a good question, Appa. If all black women feel this way, or there's this element of shame associated with black hair, then there must be something in the society that makes them feel this way. I don't think black women are raised to love their natural hair. Especially here in South Africa, I don't think we were raised to love our natural hair because, like, as a baby, your mom will wait for your hair to grow until maybe 3 or 4, 5, 6, and then the first thing they want to do is put a relaxer on it to make it more manageable. So essentially, you don't really learn how to take care of your natural hair as it grows out of your scalp. And the messaging there is that as it is, it's not enough. Your hair as it grows is not enough. Something must be done to it, whether we braid it or but we need to change it somehow because as it stands, it's not enough, But that's a message that black women see or hear a lot, as you are as a woman, as a black woman, you're not enough. So often you have to labor to prove your worth, So another place where I went with it was leisure, I had to think, and I'm like, black women in my family, or I just don't see a lot of black women relax. Sitting down is bad. You're not allowed to
Sitting down is bad.
sit still,
Sitting down is bad.
Yeah, you need to move. To be a good woman, you must be active. You must not be lazy. For some reason, you must be busy, There's this labor. I remember my granny. My granny was like 70. And, I always visit her on the holidays. And when I'm around, of course, I want to help her. And I'm like, Gogo, just relax. I'm here to help you, But I could tell that she's so used to being busy that she can't sit still. And she's old at this point. She doesn't want to either, And it's so common, like the life of a black woman. It's so labor intensive.
Right. So and you think this is related
I
to the
don't
hair
judge
somehow?
myself for whatever I need to.
And you think this is related to the hair? I can hear
The
myself.
hair, the hair is one aspect of it. The hair is one aspect of it, but it just translates on everything, on every aspect. There is this not enoughness that comes with being a black woman that for some reason we have to, I don't know, prove or like help.
I don't know,
So
add
quest,
to
quest,
our usefulness. We need to be useful. Black
I
women need to be
understand
useful.
what you're saying. Like, sorry, like Mark is pissing me off. That's why. Sorry, like,
Ma, ma,
because
ma,
like I'm literally. I'm literally like writing something about like the polarities of, or rather the hypocrisy of like of black men in regards of like how they are against white oppression but they oppress black women. I'm going somewhere with this. And in the guise of these particular things here, like I said earlier, every time black men are saying, "Oh," like what Lisa was saying about, "Oh, black women should do this, they should do that," there is no solidarity within these particular things to actually create a space for this thing that they are saying that should be embodied. It really is not giving any space or credence, but it is asked for, it is advocated for in this sort of like you can do better type thing.
Bro,
And
there's
that's what Quest was.
solidarity.
That's what Quest. That's what
There's
Quest. Let me
solidarity,
finish.
bro.
Please let me finish. That's what Quest was talking about. We're talking about this not enoughness because that not enoughness is based on the fact that in the terms of when you're even asking this person that they can do better or they should do better, it's not done with a like I think this is what's best for you, and I'm here. I'm creating this space for you for this better version of yourself to exist with acceptance and love. It's more so said in a way where it's very punitive in nature. It's very pointing fingery. It's not necessarily saying, "Oh," like it's not necessarily creating these spaces for these things to be accepted in the way that is demanded. And I feel like that's what makes it a bit like contradictory. And I say this to say that like even within the most progressive spaces, within like go and look at, if you look at the interviews of like Nikki Giovanni when she's talking about the civil rights movement and how the civil rights movement was for black women, even within this all black power, the men were raging misogynists. The misogyny was rife within those societies, within those spaces. So these spaces are not afforded for black women, but then it's all this policing that's happening, and you then wonder why they just say, you know what, I can't be asked, and I will just succumb because like those things are not seen as actualizable. Then they're ideals, sure, that like they can know, yes, it might be good for me to actually like my hair, but that does not seem like a something that they can overcome. Like when you have like an insecurity, and
it's not as
yeah,
easy
like
to like.
the logic of why you should. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
right.
the logic of why you should, why yeah, you can do a bit better here is there, but the ability to actualize that vision, there's a gap,
It's not
and
so
I think
obvious.
that
Yeah.
comes more so based of the society and like
Okay. All right.
creating
Fair
these
enough.
spaces for like
Let me
people to
get.
feel accepted and genuinely.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were wrapping up. I just want to get Mark. I want to Mark.
Apart,
I think Mark was responsible.
yeah,
Little, so.
apart, I'm trying to be respectful.
Hey, don't
Yeah,
try.
apart,
Be
I'm
respectful.
trying to
Yeah.
be
Don't
respectful
try.
here.
Just be respectful. Be careful.
Okay, I'm being respectful.
Okay. Good.
Sorry, bro, I'm being respectful.
Okay. Good.
Maybe you came in late, but AJ and I were talking with this girl called Odogo, and there was solidarity. We were saying that you can wear Afrocentric wigs. We're acknowledging the fact that it's hard for black hair to be, considered quote unquote neat in the society today. We're not just pointing at black women and bashing them and saying that, oh, you must do this, you must do that. We're even acknowledging the fact that when you wear
Sorry, go on. My bad.
we're even acknowledging the fact that when you wear a wig, it doesn't mean that you're trying to be like a white woman, right? It just means that you're trying to conform to society and be accepted and all those things like that. So I don't know where you're coming with. Maybe you came in late, so I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. But
Like it's not about us here in this conversation. I'm talking about within the society. Like this is not like just to like reduce
but the
to
society
the enclaves of this stuff.
can change now. If you
No,
think about society
we're talking about how the society exists right now. We're not talking
Okay.
about it as to what it can be.
Okay,
Like,
let me
it's not
land.
within this conversation. We're talking about the point I was making about these spaces not being created is more so about what actually happens in the wild, in reality, in the world that we live in, on social media as we see it. That's what I'm speaking to, not just the conversation you guys are having now.
Okay, let me land now. Let me land. Social media just came how many years ago, right? If you go and watch old videos of Michael Jackson, all women in that time were wearing Afro braids. All black women, right? And there's something about being authentically yourself that other races will actually respect. Understand what I'm saying? When black people started rap, they said, "Oh, it was ghetto, it was this, it was that." Now everybody accepts rap. If there's even K-pop, everybody's now copying it.
That
When you look at
can
when you
I
look at
say
when you look at
something?
when you look at Japanese, just give me a second, please. I'm wrapping up. When you look at Japanese culture with the samurai and the shrines and all that Buddhists and everybody's bowing down, everybody accepts it as Japanese. Everybody, this you even admire it to a certain extent. But if you look at Africa, and I'm sure if you ask this Odogo girl, she knows that she's a light skinned girl. They treated her better. Herself, she knows. People consider her a fine girl. Why? We're not saying that you should change it now. We're just saying that if you just acknowledge that fact, that is the first step. You're not going to change this thing tomorrow or in 1 or 2 weeks or even in 5 years will not change. But the first step is just acknowledge the fact that, oh, this thing was done to us while the highest races has suffered violence.
Wait, Mark,
Right? This
that
thing was
point, the
done
point
to
you made,
us.
Mark, about how
Hip
recent
hop.
how recent wigs were. Is that a thing? I actually never thought about that. Is that actually a thing? Like wigs are like
Yeah, it's very
relatively
No,
recent.
there is a historic correlation that he's not factoring in. So when we see when you look at the
Egyptians had wigs,
60s,
guys.
yeah,
Egyptians had wigs, guys.
no,
Straight hair
the
wigs. You're
wigs
talking
as
about
we have them.
straight
No,
hair,
but
like
the
European
straight hair
style.
wigs as we have them today, where you can draw them back to is when you look at the civil rights movement of the 1960s and then the Black Power movement, as well as when we saw the rise of the Afro. Black Panther parties popularized it. That was, but then fast forward to the 70s and we're now in the hippie era. The civil rights movement was now paying off. So we had more women in the workforce as well as the feminist movement as well. So we had more women in the workforce, and we had more Black women in the workforce, and that's when we saw relaxers really kick off. That's when we saw straight hair wigs really kick off. It came due to Black women joining the American corporate America, and trying to conform and assimilate. That's where that came from. Obviously, that then was exported to like African countries and all that jazz. But that shift that you're noticing, it came from the end of the civil rights movement into Black people now joining the workforce, Black women now joining the workforce. Yeah.
And so
Because see, I always bring the fact. I always bring
and
the
so
facts.
the one we have in, if that's like an American one, that explains why it happened in America, for example, right? Seems like, again, I don't know the history, so I'll defer to you guys that seem to know more about it than me. And the reason why we now have it in like countries like Nigeria and South Africa is because, I don't know, Hollywood, is that what it is? Do they have straight?
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
South Africa.
Hollywood, and then relaxers being exported to African countries, and even I mean, as ladies, if you grew up in Africa and you went to but this is neo-colonization, right? But as a young lady, when you went to the salon in Africa, you saw those posters, you saw the Anna Baker, the Anna Baker hairstyle, this, and it was all exported directly from the US. And what changed? And the first time I noticed this was when I was watching a documentary. I think it's called The Vanguard, the Black Panther movement. And you literally saw it in real time. You saw from that, Black is beautiful. Like we just completely abandoned that once we got what we wanted, which is sad, and just went straight into wigs, straight into relaxers instantly. And the pride and the
In South
died
Africa,
out.
it was colonization. We're only 30 years old, so it was literally colonization. But to Appa's, was it Mark?
Yeah, to
Mark's
this, let
point?
me just respond to this
No,
girl real quick.
can I say something first? I wanted to say
Okay,
something
yeah, go ahead,
regarding
go
what
ahead,
you
go
said
ahead.
about hip hop. When you look at the imagery in hip hop, what message do they say does it send about Black women? Because you made a point about that, and hip hop is created by Black men. What message? What is the vibe in terms of what is attractive in a woman that they send to the world? Is it a woman with an afro, a Black woman, dark skinned with an afro? Is that the message they send?
When it concerns hip hop, they talk about all women, and they talk about light skin, dark skin, red bone. You hear all those words in hip hop. You hear all those words in hip hop. I'm just being real with you.
You're not honest, then. You're not an honest man.
No,
So we
hip hop
can't have
has.
a conversation.
Listen, hip hop has.
It
their
literally
own
just
problems.
objectifies women. I'm talking about
Yes,
red
yeah,
bone women,
yeah.
light skinned women.
Hip hop has their own
you
problems.
had it.
They have
You had a
crime and
whole
everything.
thing.
But
You had a whole thing in Africa
How
where
many people are
like
talking at
you had.
once? Oh, okay, there we go. So someone's talking.
yeah, Appa, just give me a second. Let me just finish. But I'm just trying to say that everything that Black people were authentically themselves first, it was criticized and villainized. Every single thing that we invent. Later they will accept it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, now it's cool." right? After how many years, right? Even the fact of having big butts. Remember, like even in the 2000s, my elder sister told me that the beauty standard was like girls having big breasts and there was no nyash or whatever. But black men stayed true to themselves, and now look at what it is now. Now
My
everybody now wants
issue
to.
is,
Everybody's getting.
Mark,
Just give me a
you put a
second.
lot
Give me
of
a second. Let me
pressure on the
finish.
woman when it's the men
Just give me
that
a second,
create.
please. Just give me a second, please. To the part of her saying that, oh, the civil rights movement and everything and how it died down, she also omitted one point of history. How it died down was because of the crack epidemic, right? So the
What?
FBI introduced crack
The
into
FBI?
black neighborhoods. No, after that civil yeah, it's a whole. It's been declassified to like
Was it the
destroy the black
FBI or was
communities.
it the DEA?
It was whatever. It's the same government organization. But just like the government did that, and then and then black people now were trying to
Mark, you're muting
dissociate
so much,
themselves from the
man.
hood. Black people were not trying to dissociate themselves from the hood, and that's when they started doing all these, straightening things. So be like, oh, now I'm not this crack person, I'm not this, I'm not this, that. So I'm just trying to say that it's not going to change overnight. And to be
Right.
honest, I feel women's pain because I myself I grow my hair. But I'm just saying that the first step is just to admit it. Nobody's putting pressure on you. Nobody's putting pressure on you that, oh, you should change. Nobody, because black men will still like you either way. Whether you do the straight hair or you do that's what
I
that man
think
was saying.
you need to stop talk beyond yourself, because what you're saying can be true for you, but in the wild, this is not how these things play out. Like, this is genuinely not how these conversations between black men and black women change things. Black women generally, as a whole, do not feel loved by black men. In fact, they feel very scared of black men. So I don't know why you're making it seem as if black men are these holding hands with other black women and wow, kumbaya, because that's not what the world is in the wild right now across everywhere where we live. Like, so, and I think you disregarding that is like sort of the point of contention here, because you're not seeing how they feel very alone because black men are not there for them. And I said this earlier, like, there are genuine reports of, in the civil rights movement, that same civil rights movement you're talking about black women within those ranks talking about how the misogyny they face from these black men that are supposed to be the progressive leaders. There is a what's it called? An article written by what's his name, Mukuwa Tiongo, Ngugi Tiongo's son, about how his mom was being abused by his by their dad during the ranks of when he was leading all this the colonial movement. You cannot remove the raging misogyny that exists within the society and present this ideal, because that's not how the world we live in works.
All
It's
right.
very disingenuous
I
in
appreciate
that
that.
sense.
The time is, it's been 3 hours and 41 minutes. So I'm gonna wrap up soon. But before I do, I've been working on my game, which I want us to play again. I've decided to make a lot of questions easy. I don't know if you guys remember. Where's is Khalid still in here? Let me bring a bunch of people up to play my game. Those of you that are new to, oh, Litha, where's Litha? Oh, Litha's not. Is Litha back? Those of you that are new to What in the World Weekly. Ah, sorry, my bad. Those of you that are new to,
I'm back. My Wi-Fi cut.
it's okay. Those of you that are new to what I'm doing here, I'm making a game. Well, I've made a prototype for a game. This is what it looks like. It is What in the World Games, and it's basically meant to be a game about things that happened in the year. So it's like a summary / highlight of the year. And so we've been playing that on my live streams towards the end, just to try and have fun and end the live on a fun note. But some of the questions were a bit tough, so I decided to redo them. So the way we're gonna do is like a guessing game, super simple, just to help me understand what I need to improve before I make the game and publish it for real. We can do boys versus girls. Ooh, that could be fun. How many guys do we have on the stage? We have Appa, Kalik. Where are you? I thought I brought you up. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll do boys versus girls. That'll be quite fun actually. Oh yeah. Okay, so again, the aim for this is just to try and test out how we can play the game. Where's Curated? Where'd she go? She's dropped off. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. Curated, where are you? Curated dropped off. Oh, you're gonna drop. Okay. Why? Wait, are you dropping because you have to go, or? No, you don't have to. I mean, you have to. I'll just bring up another girl. It's fine. Nah, the more the merrier. Wait, now you have 2v2. Okay, fair enough. That works as well. All right, Appa, see you later, man. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. All right, so the way the game works is I want to explain the rules. Pretty simple. There's 52 cards and 52 categories. Wait, Mark, don't go yet. We need to play the game. I don't know, Mark, don't go anywhere. We need to play the game. All right, so there's 52 cards in the pack. This is what it looks like. Well, I've updated the packaging, so it looks a bit different. But this is what the prototype looks like. What in the world games? There's 52 cards in there, and there's 52 categories. So what we're gonna do boys versus girls. I'll call out the category, and then I'll ask the question, and then obviously if the boys get it right, then they get a point. If they don't get it right, they get no points. And I'll ask the girls. I will probably say first to 10 wins. No, first to 10. First to 10 points. Are you guys ready? So everyone needs to unmute so you can call out the answer. I guess the boys need to unmute for their turn, and then the girls unmute for their turn. Do you guys understand the rules? Or do you want to explain anything? Does anyone have any questions? Are we going to play it? Any questions? No? No questions? Okay, I'm going to assume everyone understands what we're doing then. Alright, so the boys are going to start. And again, it's first to 10. So when it's the boys, Khalik and Mark, you guys need to unmute so you can answer the question. Well, whichever one of you gives me the answer is fine. By the way, there's 4 difficulty levels. So we're gonna go with asking the second hard, like the second easiest. So the yellow one. I probably should have brought our card so I can explain to you guys how it looks like. I hope I'm not confusing everyone with all these rules I'm explaining. So we're only gonna be doing the yellow questions. There's four difficulties on the cards. We're gonna be doing the yellow ones. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right. So the boys are starting, and then we'll go to the girls. First to 10 wins. The first category is Premier League. And again, these are all questions. They're meant to be based on 2025. Bear that in mind. But I can always say. So the category is Premier League. And the question is, which team finished second in the 2024-2025 season?
Man City.
Wrong.
Oh, 24-25. Arsenal.
It's too late now. It's too late. It's too late. Go take the first question.
I don't mess up.
It's all right. Okay, so we're only taking the first answer here, by the way. And also in the in the chat, try not to call out the answer so that it doesn't give it away. Okay, so the boys got it wrong the first goal. So we're gonna move on. So now the girls. I'm not gonna ask. I'll ask the girls some sports just to make it balanced. All right, girls, are you ready? The category is general sports. Yeah, so just any type of sport. And the question is, in 2025, athletes representing which country won the most marathon events? Basically, which country won the most marathon events?
I'm gonna guess
South Africa.
Kenya.
South Africa. Oh, wrong. No, yeah, I gotta take the first answer. By the way, I'm gonna take the first. So wait, who said South Africa? That you, Quiz?
Quiz.
When is South Africa been known for running marathons?
Kenya and Jamaica are runners.
No
Told
idea,
me.
guys. I have no idea.
South Africa. When did South Africa ever even win a marathon?
South Africa.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't know.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on. All right. The next question. The next category is global conflicts. This is the boys now, right? Global conflicts. In 2025, which American war marked 50 years since its official end? I'm taking
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Okay, good. That's 1 point for the boys. As a reminder, I'm taking the first answer here. So if you guys want to think amongst yourself, I don't even know. You can't even talk to each other because you're not in the same place. But let's think carefully about what the answer is going to be before we say our guess. All right, the boys are on 1. Africa is the next category. The question is, girls, this is your question. How many sovereign states are in Africa? Quest said Litha will lead us. Litha, I guess that's your question then.
Hayini Betuna. What? How many sovereign states are in Africa?
Yes.
Are you confident?
52?
Oh, sorry, unlucky. It's 54. Unlucky. All right, the next category is back to the boys now. Elections. In 2025, which country held the world's largest election?
Bangladesh.
India.
Nah, first guess, I'm afraid. It is India, but Bangladesh was the first answer, so I'm going to have to take that, and that's wrong. All right, back to the girls. The boys are still on 1 point. Are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The category is U.S. presidency. Which month is the
Okay.
U.S. president inaugurated? What month?
November.
No, unfortunately, it's January. The election's in November, but
What?
the inauguration takes place in January. Unlucky. All right, the next category, boys. We're back to you now. I mean, I might just say first to 5 at this point because first to 10 seems like a very distant. I want to run
Yeah,
out. I want to
that's
run out cards. All right. The category is UK politics. Actually, UK. But I mean, Khalid is from the UK, but maybe Mark might not know. Let me leave the category for now.
Ireland is not the UK.
Oh, you're in Ireland. My bad. You're not even in the UK. Neither of you are in the UK. I'll leave that category. All right. The category is wealth. What do you mean these are hard? These are meant to be hard. These are meant to be easy. Oh, okay. I'm not making them. I'm not making them easier. I don't care. It's as easy as it's gonna get. Everyone's learning by that point. If it's too hard, then I guess you're learning, which is also a good thing to do. All right, boys. The category is wealth. Which wealth manager is the largest in the world by assets under management?
Something Hathaway, Berkshire Hathaway.
Bro, stop answering. I think it's Morgan Stanley. Is that Morgan Stanley? JP
Guy said,
Morgan?
bro, stop answering. Oh, my life is not Morgan Stanley, bro.
All right, you guys are both wrong.
Berkshire Hathaway.
You guys are both wrong. The answer is BlackRock.
Is it not?
Hold on, David. And David, can you try and give it a second just before I say the answer before you say it? Because then you might give it away. But that's too fair. He's already answered, so it's fine. You can. It's fine. Just Well done, David. At least you waited until they answered. Guys, again, this is not meant. Is this meant to be hard? When I was playing this on my birthday, if you get it wrong, you have to do a shot. So I'm thinking of doing like a drinking game, but everyone will be drunk by now because no one's getting any answers. All right, back to the girls.
You can't drink and play this game.
You can't do. Is this? Do you know what? To be fair, I'm asking the yellow questions, which is not like the hardest, but it's also not the easiest. I'll show you.
I
What it
need
looks
all
like.
my neurons to answer.
This is what it
Bro,
looks
are you sure that thing is not Morgan Stanley?
This is what it looks like. So you can see like the green is the easiest, then the yellow is a bit harder, then the red is a bit harder, then the black is the hardest. So I'm only asking the yellow ones because I think, I thought like they were not. I don't want to ask the green because then it would be too easy and we'll get to 5 really. But me, I might just have to ask the green. Anyway, let's see. Let me go to Latin America. South of Latin America. All right, girls, I think it's your turn. I didn't go to university, by the way. I did a degree apprenticeship. All right.
Yeah.
Which Latin American country has the largest oil reserves in the world?
Venezuela.
Yeah.
Yes, Rita.
Finally, you're on the board. It's 1-1 now.
Yes. Yo.
All right.
AJ, this game is actually quite
Sana
easy.
Chomi.
If you have a PhD, this game
A
is super
PhD?
easy.
This is like current affairs, basically
Yeah.
what's going on in the world.
Nah.
No? Okay, you just
I know.
it's a learning opportunity. Would you want to play it to learn, or would you think it's too hard like to play?
In what situation? In what situation?
Ah,
Like with my friends and we
yeah, like a
drinking?
games night or something. Yeah, like a games night.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun.
Okay, good.
It's not for everyone. I'll say that it discriminates.
It discriminates.
Yeah.
It's meant to be like you're learning, but you're also kind of like so. A lot of the questions in there are based on like 2025. I know we haven't actually done a lot of that, but like it's meant to be like a recap of the year, of like current affairs and facts about the year, basically. So imagine if you let's say like the year is like 2030 or whatever, and you're like, oh, 2025, what happened? If you play this game, you kind of remember like, oh yeah, this happened, but not all the questions are year specific, but a large percentage of them are. That's kind of the idea behind it. So I want to make a 2024 version, 2023, and all the way back, all the way forward. That's the idea, anyway. All right. The next category is the Caribbean. Boys, are you ready?
Yep.
I think it might start getting easier. Guantanamo Bay is in which country?
Guam.
What? Guantanamo
Oh,
Bay.
that's so wrong.
What did you
Oh
say?
my
I didn't hear the
God.
question.
The question was Guantanamo Bay is in which country?
I think it's Cuba.
Well, you said Guam, so I'm going to take the answer. But yes, it is Cuba. This is Guam. What? Sorry. You guys got it wrong. I'm sorry. The answer is Cuba, but obviously I have to go with the first answer. All right. This is not good, guys. This is not good. All right.
I'm telling you, man.
All right. Girls, back to you. The category is Australia. What is a baby kangaroo called?
A Joey.
A joey. Well done. Wait, Mark actually dropped. Mark said you sabotaged
Nah,
it.
nah, nah. Wait. Mike, come back up, and let's go against each other. This guy doesn't know who I am. This guy actually doesn't know who I am, bro. I've played this game 4 times and won all 4
He actually
times.
dropped.
Oh
He
Nah,
actually
bro.
dropped. Mark, calm
Bring it
down,
back up.
bro.
Let's all go against each other. Let's all go against each other.
Mark,
Let's all go against each other, bro. I'm not having this, bro.
Mark is not
come
Nigga, I've
serious.
on.
won
I
this game
expected
every
more
time I
from
played
you.
it.
Mark, calm down. Okay, Joe, I guess we'll do it. Guys, seems like there's some tension between you guys. We'll just alternate. We'll alternate. Like, one person will answer one question, and the next question the other person will answer. We'll do it. We'll do it
No,
that
it's
way.
fine. Let me just go against it. Let me go
Let
against it.
me see if he comes back
Sure.
up first. Let me see if he comes back up first. I think the score is still 1-1. No, I think it's still just one answer each.
Exactly. So
It's still 1-1.
if we all just be on
Oh,
one.
it's 2-1. It's 2-1 now. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. I think
I
they just
think
got the
it's
Joey.
2-3.
It's
2
2-1.
for us and 3 for the boys.
The boys haven't got 3 answers right. They've only got 1.
No. Then what is it? Because I know
No, it's
for
2-1. It's
certain
2-1.
we
It's 2-1
got
to the
two.
girls.
We
It's
got
yeah,
Joey and
Joey, yeah.
Venezuela.
It's 2-1
and
to
the
the
boys
girls.
have.
You're right. It's 2-1 to the girls.
Oh, we're leading.
Yeah. I think.
Yes.
Is there
South
any,
African supremacy.
is there any guys in the chat? I think David
Please
seems quite
don't.
knowledgeable. I think David seems quite knowledgeable. I think
Everyone
David.
is okay. I don't mind.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, David, come.
Let me see if David wants to go. I
Don't
can't
be
even.
scared.
Don't be scared.
We are harmless.
Okay. All right. Back to the boys then. The category is New Zealand. If you do Australia, might as well do New Zealand. What is the nickname commonly used to describe New Zealand sports teams?
All Blacks.
All Blacks. Okay, nice. 2 apiece. Girls, back to you. The category is China. Which Chinese manufacturer produces the car brand JQ?
Sorry, which Chinese manufacturer?
Yeah, which Chinese car manufacturer, yeah, produces the JQ?
You.
Not sure.
And we're supposed to know this.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure. Okay, fair enough. Okay, the answer is Cherry.
Lita, I give you permission.
Cherry.
Yes,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed.
You don't
I'm
guess,
so
yeah.
sorry. I wouldn't have guessed.
I don't know if you guys have a lot of Chinese cars in South Africa. I think you guys have Chinese cars in South Africa, right?
Chinese cars are
Yeah, we
actually
do.
taking over the market right now.
Okay, so it's,
Yeah.
so it's not something you wouldn't
Mercedes
not
has
know.
even lowered its prices.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
where are we up to? We are up to. Okay. U.S. Congress. Back to you, Kalik. Which woman represents New York's 14th congressional district?
AOC.
AOC, well done. Okay, back to the ladies. The category is Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Bali is an island holiday destination in which country? Bali,
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Yay.
Well done. So that is it 3-3 now? 3-3, okay. Getting very close.
Yes.
Back to the boys now. Female leaders is the category. Who ran against Donald Trump in the 2024 US presidential elections?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris, yeah. Nice. To be fair, I should probably simplify that, say Democratic, whatever. All right, back to the girls. That's 4-3 to the boys now. But to be fair, the boys went first, so even if you get 5-4, I'll probably have to let the girls answer, just see if they can tie it up. And then we might just go to sudden death. Oh, that would be quite fun. Like a penalty shootout. Nice. All right, back to the girls. Ooh, girls, this might be a tough one. The category is the European Union. How many member states are in the European Union?
Jesus.
Yeah, you guys are not based in the
You know,
Europe,
I've
so it's
never
a
been
bit.
to Europe.
It's very. I was gonna say like I
Yeah.
didn't anticipate a South African audience answering the question. Maybe I should factor that in. I'm believing myself. We could go global, but again, it'll be a learning opportunity.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I have no
Okay, so
idea
this is going
how-
to be in our guessing game.
Yes.
Yeah.
15.
Nah, not a bad guess. No, it's not 15. It's 27. All
It's
right.
too small.
So if
I wouldn't have guessed it.
if Khalik answers this question, he wins because it'll be 5-3, and you guys can't make up 2 points in your final one. Or maybe I'll let you answer like a black question to make up 2 points. That could be quite fun. All right. The category is cryptocurrency. In 2025, what was the largest cryptocurrency exchange by traded volume?
Binance.
Well done. Okay, so technically you won now, but girls, I'm going to give you guys a chance to redeem yourself. I'm going to ask you one of the black questions. Remember I told you there's 4 difficulties, right? The black is the hardest one. If you can answer a black question, you get 2 points and we'll tie it and then we'll go to sudden death. All right. Should I give you guys fashion or something? You guys are ladies, right? You guys know fashion. I'll give you guys a category on purpose just to see how well. Fashion.
Let's see.
Fashion? Are you guys, or do you guys have any specific ones you want to call out? Maybe you guys don't even know what categories there are, right? So.
No, it's fine.
All right. Shelly says misogyny. Okay, fair enough. It's misogyny in the positive sense. All right. I'm asking you the black question, so the toughest question on the card, for 2 points and to tie the game. The category is fashion, obviously. Which company is the biggest lipstick brand by sales volume? The biggest lipstick brand by sales volume. So the biggest seller of lipstick, basically.
Oh,
Revlon?
the whole world.
I mean, again, I'm going to take the first guess. It's not Revlon.
In the whole world is my question.
Yeah, in the whole world. Yes, yeah, in the world.
Is it Mac?
No, it's Maybelline.
Mac.
Maybelline, New York.
Oh, maybe
They sell a
makes
lot.
sense.
They
It's
sell
the
the cheap
one of the
ones.
oldest.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Khalik. Well done on winning that. So you,
I really wish Michael was here. Oh, I need to 1v1 this guy, bro.
Wait, so are you guys saying those questions?
I've yet to lose a game.
You guys saying those questions were too hard?
I think they were fine.
I think they're okay. Maybe I'm just not informed.
That's also a possibility. I think I need to try and
Yeah.
If I did the green ones, that would have been easy. But I thought if we did the green ones, then it would have been like everyone would just get it super easily. And then I wanted to have it a bit more difficult. So like some people get it, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong, as opposed to like just everyone gets it right. Because then it just becomes a bit boring. I think like if it's too easy and it's just like some of the green questions were like, what is the name of the company that launched ChatGPT? That's the AI category. Which USC hosts the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
that's nice.
Yeah, a bit too
That's
easy
more
though.
like it.
Is it? I thought that was a bit too easy.
Crypto. Do you expect women to know about crypto? Like, I
Yes.
don't know a lot of people that know what's going on in the crypto market.
You don't need to know
Everything I
much
know is
about crypto
Bitcoin.
to know about Binance though. Like
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. Khalif.
What?
Like Binance, Bitcoin. These are not things that like you have to be like a genius about, crypto just to know about. Even if you just think about crypto or Binance, if you've heard of them, just like that's the only one I heard of. Just guess it. You're probably gonna be right because it is actually Binance. But again, maybe it's also a learning opportunity. That's why we do these things, right? We come to learn learn about what's going on in the world, learn about each other. So that's the aim of the game. It's partly like obviously the general knowledge, but think about it. You're having fun in a kind of like a intellectual way, learning about what's going on in the world, having some shots, all that kind of stuff. That's the idea. When I finalize the game, I'll let you guys know. I'm in the process of printing the final version right now. So I'll be sure to put that on the market, and maybe all who that join my lives can get a special discount if you purchase, if you're interested. You
mine has to be free.
You said what?
Yeah, I need to have a friend to carry
Surely
me
mine is free, bro.
daily when I play the
Oh, yes,
game.
if you
I
want
need
a-
someone to carry me home.
Yeah, you're gonna be drinking a lot. You're gonna be drinking a lot if you play. Anyway, it's been 4 hours. This has been really, really fun. Usually I always try and plan for these conversations to go like one specific direction, but it's actually fun. Like when we did it today, where we ended up talking about hair. I started on China. Like that's really, really fun because I have people like Mark that came in and had loads of strong opinions about these different things, and Litta's always joining me. Curate was here. David, really, really super smart guy, seems like, in the chat. So thank you guys for joining. Really, really appreciate the audience. Who we rooting for in the what are the games in the World Cup today? Who's Who's playing in the World
Brazil
Cup?
and Norway, I think.
Which means Brazil's gonna beat them, isn't it?
Yeah, defo.
England's playing. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be amazing. Hey, we better win. Hey,
Tonight.
yeah, 1 a.m.
Oh,
We better bloody win because it'd be so depressing. I think watching the World Cup when your country is not in there is just so depressing. Just so boring. It's coming home. Football's coming home. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for us. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I'll see you. I'm not sure when I'm gonna be live streaming next. We'll have to see what happens. Something hot happens. Probably Tuesday or something. I might come back on. Again, trying to do this a bit more regularly so I can build up some steam and momentum. I realize there's a lot of fun in just not having. Sometimes you have specific topics to talk about because stuff is really hot. Thank you for joining me, Lith. I'm gonna disconnect you now while I just do my little final wrap up and stuff. Hope you're able to join me for future live streams as always. So sometimes I try to do these, like I said, with like a specific topic in mind, but it's also just fun just to hang out, right? We're playing a bit of game, we're just chatting about this, that, and the other. It's always really fun. Billions, I don't know what to call you. Billions even sounds worse. I need to think of a different name for you. I'm not gonna lie. I'll call you OB. I'll call you OB. OB sounds better. I'll call you OB. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you're able to join for future conversations as well. You're talking about Binance and stuff. Quez, thank you so much for joining as well. Really enjoyed hearing from you, hearing your takes. It's always fun. I love the little South African contingent I'm cultivating. It's so fun. I'm going global. We got Khalik in Ireland. We got Mark in America. We got Litha and Quez in South Africa. We're building a network. I love it. Okay, wait, just share. I was gonna say just share your actual name. Yeah, David, where are you from? Is David? You're from the UK? I think David's from the UK, right? Yeah, just share your actual name. That'll be easier. But on that note, I'm gonna wrap up now, and I do try and post a recording of this to YouTube if you guys want to watch yourselves and hear yourselves back and share it with your friends. Big Boss, nah, we're not calling Big Boss or nothing. We're not saying any of that. So I'll try and post a recording of this to YouTube probably tomorrow. Although I don't know why I can't do it tonight. I'm a bit lazy maybe. If you're any of the 10 people still here and you're not following me already, make sure you do that. If you've enjoyed, even if you haven't enjoyed, just follow me anyway, just to make up the numbers. I'll really appreciate it. Let's continue to grow this little radio station we've got going on here. I think it's always really fun, and I think the contributions from everyone makes it even more exciting. Yo, you're streaming from the UK. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate that, David. I think I'm gonna leave it there. Any final comments, thoughts before I wrap up? Yeah, we're serious. We are serious about that. OB, you don't like OB? Sorry, I don't know what to call you for now. I don't think there's any final comments. I'm missing any final thoughts. So this has been What in the World Radio. You guys actually come up with like a nicer name. Like Piers Morgan has Uncensored. I thought about it. I was like, What in the World Radio is a bit of a mouthful. I probably need to come up with like a nicer, like a one word, something for this enterprise that I'm doing right now. So I'll think of something. I'm taking suggestions on what I should call it. Something concise, something nice and sharp. Not world perspective. World perspective is nothing. You like What in the World Radio? Yeah. It doesn't sound that bad actually. What in the World Radio. Maybe that could be like the sub, like ticker or something like that. Actually no. I need to think about it. Something concise would be fun though, because that would just give it could be like that thing by What in the World Radio. If that makes sense. If it's like, for example, Piers Morgan uncensored by Piers Morgan, or uncensored by What in the World Radio. So a one word, uncensored just sounds like, no holds barred. We're talking about whatever, which is actually kind of what he does, to be honest. So again, I'm taking suggestions. I'll reflect on it. I can call you Oge. Oge as in like, is it Oge? Is that how I pronounce it? Oge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm assuming it's Yoruba. I think Oge is Yoruba. Right? Anyway, if there's any Ogechi, you know that song? Ogechi just sounds, Ogechi is good. I'll call you that. Yeah, Ogechi is Igbo. Yes, I'm aware of that. I think of Oge as in like some kind of Yoruba thing. Well, that's a good song actually. The video's in that song, I believe. All right. If you have any suggestions on what I should call this enterprise, drop it in the Discord or reply to one of my videos. And if I call it that and then it becomes like a really massive enterprise, you can sue me later and be like, you deserve a share of the profits or something because the name was your idea, and I'll deny it and say I never met you before. Anyway, Ogi, oh yeah, Ogi, as in Pap. Ogi's Pap, right? Man, Pap and Moin growing up. Ooh, what a meal! I haven't had that in ages. Anyway, now I'm just rambling on. Shan, thank you for the follow. Right in there at the death. 4 hours and 8 minutes in, I got my first follow of the of the live stream. All right. I'll speak to you guys later. Maybe I'll start playing games with me in future live streams, but we'll see. We'll see. As I'm used. I played chess one time. Maybe I start ending by playing chess or something. I played chess for a bit sometime. When I did my live streams before. I don't know if there's any like solid chess players in here. Maybe I can start 1v1 my my people or whatever. That could be quite fun. Just something to do. I don't really play PlayStation, so I wouldn't really play that. But a game that we can all play each other on, that could be quite fun. Anyway, have a good rest of your Sunday, guys, and come on, England, enjoy. Bye. Odabo. How do you say goodbye in Igbo? Wordle. Oh, Wordle. I've played Wordle at work before, actually. Actually, so let's just keep playing What in the World games. Let's keep playing my game. Because Wordle. Yeah. All right, bye everyone. See you later. Adios. Odabo. It's outline of countries. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Oh, not the words. Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right, sounds good, man. Speak to everyone later. Bye.